Hello everyone. Welcome to today's stream. Today we're gonna play a bit of everything, just while the giveaways are rolling. We have 4 giveaways today. So I thought while I would set up everything and keep people going, I will start with a small giveaway while I wait for Pinata and hopefully get an infusion. Sure, today it will happen. And after that we are doing some more interesting gameplay. Yeah, quite nice fractals. I think we will do some fractals as well. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm always open. I really like to answer and explain stuff, so especially if you're a new player, can help you a lot, I hope. So we will draw the giveaway at around 40 minutes. So currently it's really easy to win because no one is here. Let's hope that changes. I hope it. Maybe you don't if you're here. So you have a really high chance of winning all the prize money. To enter, you can see on the screen, just type !enter. You have to be a follower to win. Really easy. And while we wait for the pinata, I wanted to redo my appearance. Here my skins, because I'm not happy with the shoulder skins. And shoulder skins are so bad in this game, I feel like. Nice. Yep, it should work. You're both entered, so there's no real answer of the bot or something, but you should be entered. And it just so that you're aware, it's a Twitch giveaway, so I'm sorry for you YouTube guys, you have the 250 gold giveaway currently ongoing, so you will only be entered if you are on Twitch, because I want to promote my Twitch channel a bit. That's the idea. You get the 250 gold giveaway that's currently going on my channel. I have time until Wednesday, I think, to enter the giveaway. Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe I should put it somewhere. Yeah, hope you had a good morning today, or wherever you are. Maybe you're in the US and it's a very early morning. The idea behind the giveaway is that I reached 500 subscribers on my YouTube channel that I just recently opened, and I create content for. So I make a split, give 250 gold to my YouTube subscribers and 250 gold to my Twitch followers. So the idea is everyone gets something, I hope at least. And if you feel like it's too little, don't worry, or you can't join the stream or whatever. Next time will be soon, I hope, and maybe even more prize money. So hey Roderick, welcome back. Hey Summer, yeah, nice. I really like it if you enjoy the content. Are you in for one special game mode only, or are you enjoying all the videos I put out? It's really interesting to me how people are watching my YouTube channel. Are they just watching special videos, or are they watching everything? Because I have, you know, quite some coverage there. Yeah, I mean, I try to be live more often so that I now also get some interaction with you and not only on the YouTube comments. I feel like a lot of people have questions or want to see some gameplay, and I feel like it's way easier to show stuff when I am live and people can interact with me. Especially when it comes to build guides. I can show you what the build is about, how it works, but oftentimes you want to see it in action, you want to see how a combo works, how you want to know something special you struggle with to fight another class or something. It's way easier to show you, or to at least to explain it to you directly. Yeah, so the Willbender build is really fun. I think I will play it later today as well. I really like it. A lot of people hate on Willbender right now. Most of them are obviously not playing Willbender, but it's really fun to play. So if you want to enter the giveaway on Twitch, just type !enter, and if you are a follower, you can win. I will pick the winner in 40 minutes or so. I start with a rather small amount, just 50 gold, but you have a really big chance of winning right now, so don't waste it. Yeah, exactly. So Summer, you're in. And let's see if someone else joins. Otherwise you will be for sure the winner this time. So if I get a confetti infusion here, I will probably give it away as well. So not today, but the chances are really slim. But if I get it, would be a really good giveaway. So let's see. Yeah. So Mobsmilch is also in there. So now it's getting a little bit contested who will win. But like I said, I will draw the winner at around 10:45 my time, so it will be half an hour. And I will stream for quite some time now, at least 3 to 4 hours, and every few minutes, every hour or so, I will do a giveaway, and it will increase in gold amounts. So if you stick around the whole stream, you will have quite high chances to get some nice reward. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Now you're all eligible. Very good. I will stream really regularly now, at least 2 times a week. I try to stream 3 times a week. All of the content, a lot of competitive modes, of course, but also some more gold farming methods, because a lot of people on my YouTube ask me, how do I have so much gold? What do I do? And I just want to show, especially new players, that gold gaining Guild Wars is really easy. You just have to commit some time, know what you are doing to some extent, and gold will come. The only thing is, a lot of people get some gold and instantly spend it, and you just have to restrict yourself and save up to get the really expensive items that you normally wouldn't get otherwise. That's the only thing, because everything in Guild Wars takes gold to get, almost everything. So the last few days I was trying to bench the Spear Catalyst build, the DPS one, because it's currently the highest performing raid build from DPS wise, around 47k. And the rotation is actually smooth, but I feel like it's way too hard for me to reach any number close to this 47k. So yeah, I think I abandon it for now and play some other builds that I can play way better. For example, Power Virtuoso. is almost as strong and is way easier to get this number. But if you're more competitive mode players, you don't care about this. But I play every game mode. I enjoy the game for what it is and try to make use out of every single aspect of the game. Yeah, the problem is you have to press a lot of buttons, and if you fail to press, let's say, one in the right moment, especially with the aftercast and stuff, you fuck up the whole rotation. So if you press, for example, the 4 skill before the 5 skill, you completely change how the spear, let's say, charge up works, and then you have to stick longer in the element, and it's completely scuffed. And I also think the positioning is really important so that your attacks hit perfectly on the target. And I feel like even on the golem, it's so hard to get it perfectly every time. And I feel like if the boss is moving, if there is some, mechanic going on, it's way too hard to play it perfectly so that your position is perfect, that your skills are always hitting. I think it's just unrealistic to say, oh nice, I get 47k on a boss. So hi Navid, sorry, but it's only on Twitch, the giveaway. If you want to enter the YouTube giveaway, you have to check out my YouTube comment about the 250 gold giveaway. But as I said, I think the speed is high. I think you have a lot of actions per minute, so to say. But I feel like a lot of DPS builds have a high actions per minute ratio. Elementalist, the only thing that is different is that you have not 2 weapon sets to be aware of, so Mesmer has this one and then the other one. No, it's that you have 4 elements, so you have to know what skills you have to press in what order, and have 4 different so to say sets that you have to be aware of. That's why it might be a little harder, but I think it's more like the positioning for me that is the problem. But yeah, you don't have to play every build perfectly in PvE. That's how it is. Okay. Always perfectly aligned is the check Garand after this, so I just go here as well. Did not get a pinata, so sorry guys, no giveaway for the confetti infusion. But was not to be expected, to be honest, so. So I'm really interested in, did you get a really good drop in Guild Wars 2, so something above 1k? Because I don't know a lot of people that got really big drops, like infusions, like way back in the days, really high priced precursors. At the start of the game, precursors were really, really expensive, especially the greatsword ones. So did you get anything of that, nature? Or did you start the game way later and never had any luck with the infusion drops or something? Because I played the game for quite some time now, almost since release, and have quite a few hours in, and I didn't get any infusion drop. Ah, nice. So how much was it at the time? I think it's still quite expensive. Yeah, 300 gold. I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess, but it's still a really huge gap, a really huge difference to, let's say, a confetti or chuck infusion for 10k or something. So I was actually quite lucky in some extent. I was going for, when the release of the, I think it was Grothmar Melee, there you could go for the, how's it called? Heart of the Orkan, the Kanur infusion. So the really ugly one in my opinion, but it was really rare at the time, or at least, yeah, a lot of people did not. So I think there was one guy that bought all of the infusions. That's why it was so rare. And I was grinding this spot where the infusion could drop. And I think I got really lucky and got this other item that drops from there. I don't know how it's called. Something with mask or something. Yeah, this one. Visage of the Kanur. And at the time it was 1.5k or something worth. It was a really lucky drop. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Everyone on Twitch, you need to be a follower to win. And you have 20 more minutes. Just press enter. Yeah, I think this was really lucky, and I didn't even know at the time that this could drop. So I was quite surprised at the moment that I got an item, an exotic one, looked it up, and then I saw, oh, nice, it's something really expensive. Yeah. Now it's a little bit pricier because not a lot of people go for this anymore, for the special infusion, because it's way cheaper now. Because apparently they banned the guy that bought all the infusions because he was duping, and that's the story of that. But yeah. Yeah, I think if you just play the game, if you really know where to get your infusion drops, or where it can drop at least, then you have a decent chance of getting one in your playtime. It's not something that you can count on. You should always be aware that it's a really slim chance. But I feel like it makes the game, or at least the boss or the encounter, way more fun if you know there is some possibility to get something really, really, really expensive. Thanks for the follows. Ah, you made it to Twitch, Navi. Very good. Yeah, I think it's really not a lot of people actually get expensive drops, so you are more in the majority. And I have to say, I did grind a lot, so I did a lot of checker, and I did a lot of confetti grinding on the pinata and stuff, and that's not something I got. I just got this mask thingy, and I was doing this for weeks or months as well, so it was not something that I was just lucky one time doing and then getting it. So it's yeah, so I think a lot of people actually do exactly that. So Chuck Garand, Auric Basin, and the treasure mushrooms. But it's also, you have to think about it. It's expensive, really expensive. For example, how much is the Aurelium right now? 1.4 to 5k. I think the Chuck infusion. How's it called? And the boots, how's it called? Invisible boots. I think they're always 3k or something. Yeah, almost 4k. A lot of people grind this, and it's so rare that no one gets it. Yeah, as you also have to take into account, a lot of people actually want those infusions because they are the, let's say, way prettier ones. Or the boots, for example, a lot of feet guys, people that enjoy feet want to have those invisible slippers. So yeah, it's high demand. Yeah, I'm not into that, I have to say, but I think if you get the drop, it's a really nice feeling, you know. And like I said, if I get such a big drop, I would probably give it away on stream. So let's hope for you guys that I will get it. But don't get your hopes up. I think it's highly unlikely. I feel like in Guild Wars there should be more mid-level drops. So, for example, you said you get a 300 gold drop summer. I think that's something that should happen more often, so that you are more inclined to get something that is at least somewhat valuable. Because in Guild Wars, you if I do a Chuck Garant, I don't get the infusion. How much is it worth? 1 gold, maybe a little bit more, maybe 2 gold. So I spend my time here, get 2 gold. But it would be really nice if I get something that is maybe 100 to 500 gold worth. Not every time, obviously, just, I don't know, once in a year or something, or so that I have a chance of getting something that I still can be happy about, you know. I think that's missing in Guild Wars. A lot of times you get something really, really expensive, or you don't get anything. Hey Roaming Spirit, welcome back. Yeah, exactly. So if you get one of the expensive drops, you fund all your goals mostly that you have at the time. But it's so unlikely that most players don't get it in their whole Guild Wars career. And I feel like something that could help you with your normal grind and is not, you know, something that you expect, but it's way more probable. I think that would be a really nice thing. Yeah, it's really easy. Just enter your the command !enter in the chat, and you will enter the giveaway. Yeah, I think my gold video helps a lot, especially players that are not aware of the method. But of course, gold is always something that you have to chase. It's not something that you can say, oh, now I have 2k gold. It's not something that you get just in a second. Therefore, you have to grind, you have to spend some time. Of course, if you're really lucky and get some really high and expensive drop, yeah, sure, then you have it, but you can't expect this. Good morning, Heavenfire. So quickly have to concentrate here that I don't die. Would be really embarrassing if I die against the Chuck Garant. And I always think if I do the most DPS here, maybe my chance of finding an infusion will increase. Of course that's not the case, I know, but still. Yeah, I actually am also surprised how fast my YouTube channel is growing. I really like it, of course. I posted my first video around 2.5 months ago. And now I have almost 700 subs. And I really hope to get this year to 1000. That would be amazing. Let's see if I can make it. I also really enjoy making content, so it's not only that I grind, I also really enjoy it. So I appreciate all your support. And that's why I have to farm some gold today, because a lot of giveaways exhaust my gold. And if my channel continues to grow that fast, I have to do another giveaway soon, I hope. And therefore I have to have more gold ready, you know. Yeah, I try to be consistent with my uploads, just because I feel like if I produce content, I want to also give it to you rather frequently, because you then know, he will upload a video soon. And if I just make videos once in a blue moon, no one will expect me to get any videos done. So yeah, that's why I really try to be really, just frequent with my uploads. I also try to keep up the quality. I think that's somewhat important as well. Really? That's insane. If someone really got 2 infusions in a row, that's really insane. I mean, you don't know if it was true, you know, so there's that. But if it was true, it's really crazy then. Okay, so I guess we now go for some roaming. Oh no, we have to do some daily logins. Really? Okay, so it's insane. So if it was true and it was really high level infusions, I mean, he should probably gone to play some really luck-based real life stuff. For example, some lottery, or go to Vegas, I don't know, on this day. Yeah, I think the black line chests are also a really big gamble, because I would say, if you are just look at it, okay, not this character, there are so many items in the super rare category, and according to ANET, they are somewhat the same frequency to drop. And even if you get it, you might be unlucky and get the, let's say, the cheapest one, you know? So you can be super lucky and get a super rare drop, and it can still be something that is not as expensive as it could be. 5 minutes in. Nah, I would not say. The thing is, I have to clarify this. In Guild Wars 2, there is gambling, like ecto gambling, where you know you will lose. Yeah. So over time, just on average, you will go down in money and ectos. That's how it works. That's how it works in ecto gambling. So I never would promote anything like this, because I would say it's just a waste of your, you know, well-earned money. So if you want to do something that you know is profitable, you should do some statistics, you know, how to make the Mystic Forge, how to make the black line chests worth it to open, you know. That's something that you should do. So what I was about to say is that in the super rare category, you have those 7 items. And if you check those on the market, even though they have the same drop rate, if you check those on the market, they still have huge differences. So this one is not even 1k. So if you get this, you have hit the 0.3% chance of getting a super rare drop, but it's still not the best one, yeah? So you got really lucky, but if you got a little bit more lucky, you would have 8 times more money, you know, just by getting this one, you know? So that's insane. So you can be lucky and you can be really lucky in Guild Wars 2. So you have to be aware that yeah, gambling is not good in Guild Wars 2. It's not profitable at all. I think you can make the Mystic Forge profitable. I did this years ago to make a lot of money. But nowadays it's way harder. So it's almost time. 5 more minutes, then you will get the first gold giveaway. Have to promote here my own video. The things I do here are all in my daily video, just to check to make some money every day. It's really easy, takes 10 minutes, gives you a lot of gold over the year. Yeah, I think the precursor is, I was, at the time I was going for a lot of precursors. And now, especially with the, how is it called? The Legendary Starter Kit or something? I think it's called like that, yeah. Legendary Weapon Starter Kit. Especially with those, the precursors and the legendaries dropped by quite a lot. So you have to really take into account that the prices are way lower, and the time investment is also a thing that you have to keep in mind. So that's why I stopped going for Mystic Forge gambling, you know. It's not gambling if you know you win, if you on average get gold out of it. But still, now I stopped because it's not that, let's say, profitable anymore. Hey, Osberke. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's good. It's a good thing to have those legendary starter kits, especially for new players that don't have any legendaries. It's a really good way of getting legendaries. I think that's good. That's how it should be. But it's also a way how to make precursors and the drops that you can get from, let's say, just open world and enemies that you kill way less exciting, because previously Dawn and Dusk were so expensive. They were around 600 gold, and how much is it now? 120. Look at this. That's just sad, you know. Sometimes you got a really lucky drop, 600 gold, amazing. And now you get a really lucky drop, the same drop, and it's only a fifth of the price. That's a little bit sad, I have to say. But what can you do, you know? Yeah, exactly. It's also profit for veterans, sure. But I would say for new players, it's really easy to get into crafting legendaries. I think that's what the incentive is here. Of course, for veterans, it's also 500 gold, at least if you want to go for another legendary, because you have to have the Gift of Mastery, which is always some grind if you don't have it. But still, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Mobsmith. Yeah, I would, let's say, yeah, I would agree. I think, yeah, what can you do? I think the problem is, I think I got a lot of precursors just by forging. I don't know the exact number, but I was doing, at the time I was doing quite heavily some trading posts and precursor crafting, and I was making a lot of money out of it. And nowadays it feels like even if you get a precursor, it may be only 30 gold or something, and that's just sad, you know. Previously precursors 600 gold, and now they are 30 gold. It feels a little bit bad. But times change. That's it. Okay, so get me 2 more fish and then I will draw the giveaway winner. So, like I said, you have to be a Twitch follower. You have to have entered by typing !enter in the chat. And then you have a chance of winning. So, give you 1 more minute. Yeah, exactly. So you always, even though you're lucky and you get a precursor, you feel bad if it's not the most pricey one, or at least somewhat pricey ones. And I feel like that's not something you want to experience. But still, I think you should be grateful that you got something that is at least has some worth. Thanks for the follow, Sparky. So I think it's time now. Just everyone that wants to enter, please type !enter in this chat. I think we have more viewers than people entered, but yeah. I think once is enough. So if you are already in, you can type it just to make sure, but it's yes. But I think you all entered. Okay, so I think it's time now. Let's see. And the winner is Summer. Actually interesting. Summer, you were the first to enter and you actually got the win. So congrats. Just type your account name in chat. I will send it to her directly. And don't be sad if you didn't win. I will do 3 more giveaways today, increasing in price. So just double check if it's really the correct account name with the numbers and stuff. And then I will send you the money. It's correct, perfect. Then I can send it to you. So you get 25 mystic coins. You can do whatever you want with them. It's worth 50 gold, I think, something around. Congrats. And let's start directly the next one. So the next one would be 100 gold. So it's up, you can enter again. And I will quickly adjust the text so that people don't get baited. Very nice. So you have again something around 45 minutes. So be sure to stick around if you now enter and forget it, you know. 100 gold would be sad if you lose it just by being AFK then. And like I said, people that are on YouTube or if you couldn't make it and watch this later. I will do, of course, a lot more giveaways in the future, especially if my channel continues to grow that fast. Yeah, I think I'm not sure I was assigned Fortune's Well this time. So I think I'm with SH, so I'm not sure where you are. So, Spurky, to answer your question, I'm a German. That's probably why my pronunciation is that bad, so sorry for all the native speakers here. And I actually did not play since launch. So I played since, I think, 2014, yeah. So I think 1.5 years after launch, I started playing Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we are not in the same server. But I played a lot of, I have a lot of hours into the game, so it almost feels like I played since launch, I was not there when the real hype was around the game at the start of the launch and stuff. Yeah, exactly. So I think a lot of people, especially that are now awake, in the European and most likely Germans. So let's check how many hours I have. I have 12,695 hours. So a huge amount of hours. I also have to admit that at least we can make a timetable and think about. I was doing a lot of AFK crafting, so that's also counting. I have to admit this. So I would say I played around 10k hours probably. No, what? Yeah, so that's it. So it's actually a huge amount. But I know a lot of people, especially those that are really hardcore or play a lot of people have even more hours than me. I think there are people that played since launch and have 25k or 30k amount of hours. That's just insane. Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's what keeps me playing, is that the combat is so fun. It's so good. I played a lot of other MMOs and I also enjoy them. But the combat is what keeps me coming back and always, thinks, why do I play another MMO if the combat in Guild Wars 2 is so fun? That's the really cool part about Guild Wars. I think if they did some better marketing and some better decision making and what game modes and what stuff to prioritize, at least in my opinion, the game would be way, way larger in population. But it's just my interpretation. Yeah, I did actually not play ESO. Would you recommend it? Because I am always looking as a content creator for, let's say, new content and maybe check it out, some kind of video, 100 hours in ESO. How is it as a Guild Wars 2 player? Would you recommend it, or would you say it's not for Guild Wars 2 enjoyers? Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think if you get the luxury of seeing how good combat can be if you play something in Guild Wars, then oftentimes a lot of other MMOs that were previously quite good seem to lose in value, because they are not that good anymore. You see how good it could be. But I still, Guild Wars 2 is a huge game, but they don't have that much content, especially in the PvE side. And sometimes you want to play something different. Maybe even with friends or something, So which build do you want to see, Spurky, on Willbender? So on Willbender, I can show it to you right now. So it's just a normal Willbender build for PvP, for World vs. World roaming. The only adjustments... Oh, wait. The only adjustments I made are that I go for Absolute Resolve, which is in PvP you would go for Inspiring Virtue, because you want to get even more damage out. In World vs. World you have your F2 skill, has 2 charges, therefore it's way better to have the Condition Cleanse as well, and I feel you often face it, condition pressured, so there's the first change. And you can go for either this or this. This gives you more damage, this gives you way more healing and defense. So, and for gear on this build I want to have some toughness and some boon duration, so I go for Fireworks rune with Commander's gear on the armor, and on the trinkets I go for full dragon with Relic of the Stormsinger, and on the weapons I go for Marauder. It's a weird setup, but I want to have some defense as well. Otherwise I would go for Berserker, of course, but Guardian is has only a small health pool, even though it has high armor, because it's a heavy armor class. Thieves. Got him. So let me catch up on the chat here quickly. Yeah, I think I really enjoy PvP in Guild Wars because it's so fair. You don't have to have any pay-to-win aspects, and I really enjoy this. But if a game has pay-to-win in a really large amount, then I feel like it's not a game for me. But if it's to some extent okay, then I would not mind it, you know. So for former ref main, the ref playstyle is actually a really fun playstyle, and not a lot of other classes actually have something like that. Should not read chat while doing one-on-ones, but it's fine. Yeah, the problem is if you really go hard on one class. If I tell you, for example, Willbender is really strong right now in World vs. World. If you now play it, and then they nerf it, and you invested all that stuff in there, it's really bad. So I would always go for something that is that you like. So I would say, as a ref player, Guardian to some extent feels a little bit like a ref, but just a little bit. I mean, ref is rather, you know, unique, I would say. Ooh. But I think Guardian is always in a good spot. I think Guardian is the favorite child of ArenaNet. The developers, I always think Guardian never gets the nerfs or the changes it deserved. But maybe that's just a little bit biased, I don't know. Yeah, I heard that ESO has some pay to win and, let's say, subscription issues. That's also a really good thing about Guild Wars, you know, that Guild Wars has no, let's say, aggressive business model at all. So you just pay the expansion once a year and then you can play it forever. That's really nice. Yeah, so... Oh, we have a fight here. Let's check it out. Really, I think that's insane. I think if people are toxic in PvP games, I would expect it, you know, because you're really competitive, you really want to win and stuff. But in a PvE setting, I can't really understand why you would be toxic. I understand if you say someone doesn't perform well, you can say you should play better or you lack some damage or whatever. But that's insane. So in dungeons, I would expect dungeons are not the most hardcore content there, and still people are toxic. Crazy. I actually really interested to try it out, but I feel like I hear a lot of let's say mixed opinions about how the game is. Nice, some damage here. So that's our keep, and there are 2 enemy circs in there. Sounds good. Yeah, but like I said, if you enjoy a spec in Guild Wars 2 at the moment, all of them are somewhat playable. So you should go for the ones that you enjoy. I think Ranger is different from Revenant, I would say, definitely. It's not something that is very similar, but it can be really fun as well. So there's no problem there. And yeah, I think Mesmer is a spec that either you love or you hate, I would say, because it's so much instant stuff. You have a lot of instant attacks. You have a lot of control effects. It's also very unique elite class in general. So, and Mesmer is, especially with Chronomancer in PvE, but also in World vs. World, is always good because it has so many tools, so many utility things to. So, yeah, I think there are a lot of fun classes. I would say in PvE, Staff Mirage, if you find it boring, I can totally agree. So, but there are also fast-paced builds. So, for example, I really enjoy Mesmer Spear. If you are for some fast-paced combo gameplay, I would go for Mesmer because they have it. And maybe I'm a little bit biased because I really enjoy Mesmer, but I think a lot of people tell me that the Mesmer Spear is probably the spear they like the most, so yeah. Yeah, exactly. Dagger Mirage was amazing, but they nerfed the days, or at least there is no days anymore, so therefore it's not that good anymore. Yeah. Interesting roaming spell. So it's like a normal Trinity, how's it called? yeah, Trinity setup, so you have tank, healer, and damage dealer. I mean, it's really common. I think Guild Wars is also almost there, so it's not that special anymore. Got him. But I have to be honest, in open world, you can play anything to some extent. If you want to solo content, of course, that's a little bit different. But if you just want to have fun, there are most of the time other players around, so there is not a big issue to just play staff, not play staff Mesmer, for example, and play spear Mesmer or something. Yeah, I find it really crazy. If you both have the experience that PvE is toxic in ESO, that's really interesting. I would say in Guild Wars I don't know, at least in my experience, I would say the open world community is rather nice, and also the instant, for me at least, it was never a problem, the PvE side. I feel like if any community in Guild Wars 2 in PvE is toxic, it's probably the open world community. If I look at Auric Basin, how many times people panic at the Octavine and flame people for not going to the correct spot and doing the right stuff, I think that's insane. But yes. Yeah, it's crazy. I think, at least in my experience in Guild Wars 2, you can play anything if you don't troll and play to some extent, you know, if you quickness, you should provide quickness. People don't flame you. At least I did not get flamed. Maybe that's because I know how to play my stuff, but still. I really enjoy if enemy teams are contesting our keep, because we permanently get something for just defending it. Yeah, I think it's understandable if a boss takes, let's say, 10 minutes if you have good DPS, and it takes 30 minutes if you have bad DPS. I totally agree that I can see why people are more inclined to be toxic. But I still think you can be, you know, friendly. You can say, your DP is not, this is not good, maybe you improve, or we have to get someone else. I think you can be friendly with one another. I think that's. But if you're really just a minuscule amount behind in DPS, I think that's mean if you then just kick them without any talking about it. Maybe that's just my opinion, I don't know. But I also think, for example, I have the feeling that, for me at least in Guild Wars 2, if I, for example, go in a strike mission, maybe we do that later, and I have someone that says they can provide quickness, they play a quickness DPS, and then they do really little damage, and they say, okay, the damage is okay, I don't care about the damage. But if they then only provide 20% quickness uptime, I have a problem with that, because I feel like that's what they are supposed to do and they don't do it, and then I'm really sad about it, you know. I always then tell them, okay, your quickness uptime is not good, you should take a look at your build if it's correct, and if you are sure your build is correct, you maybe should take a look at the rotation. And if they can't improve it, I have to say, I really don't understand them to play the role anymore, you know. I think that's not... I think that's like saying, I'm a healer, but I don't heal. I think that's not something that I want to promote, you know. No, I think it... Yeah, I don't know. But at least I feel like the Guild Wars 2 community is quite nice in most areas of the games. I think what I recently felt like is that the PvP community is getting really bad right now. I feel like that the population is so low that you permanently have really big skill differences, and a lot of people that think they are really good have to tell people that are not that good all the time they are shit, and I feel like that's not healthy for the population of the PvP scene. So but I think I think it's really hard if you really say it's that toxic in PvE in ESO. I think that's something I would not enjoy then, because at least I have to start somewhere with low DPS because I don't know the game yet, so I don't want to go and play stuff where I get flamed for being new. Finally. Bunker Spellbreaker in World versus world. That's exciting. Really good. So I think I will do some PvP now. Just going for every game mode. And after this match I will draw the next giveaway winner. So if you're not entered yet, be sure to enter. Exclamation mark enter in the Twitch chat. You have to be a follower to win. So tonight is the monthly AT, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, exactly. Will be really interesting to see what the really high level player came up with. If we can see some Tempest support maybe, let's see. Yeah, I'm a little bit, my opinion is a little bit split about something like this, you know. I really enjoy to play the game as it is, you know, without any add-ons. And to try to just get better by understanding the mechanics, understanding the tells, and dodging the attacks at the right moment, avoiding it. I think that's really cool. But I, at the same time, also really enjoy, for example, Arc DPS. I think that's such a cool thing to have, to see stuff that you normally wouldn't see in Guild Wars 2. And I can just imagine how other games, if it's really a lot of stuff going on, I think sometimes something like Weak Auras or something in WoW might be worth it, you know, for other games. I think that can happen. Look at this. Willbender. We are 4 Willbenders now. So if I would swap to any other class, I would have problems surviving, just because there are so many enemy Willbenders. And if I play Willbender, I have some potential to counter pressure them. And by the way, if you want to join my new Discord server, link is in the About section. I just opened it, and I just want to have a place where people can discuss Guild Wars, but also other games that I probably can play in the future. And if you want to join the small community, we can have some fun together there. Maybe even play some stuff on stream if you are interested in that. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to have. Really, that's crazy. I think in PvE it makes sense to have add-ons, but in PvP I think that's something I would never allow as a developer, because I feel like you can so easily get lose the control about stuff like this. Yeah, I think the problem is not that the add-ons in Guild Wars 2 are bad. I think they are just not allowed, you know. So there could be good add-ons, especially with the API. But oftentimes it's just they are. Why did I get so much damage?
the altar. Your enemy has the temple now. You've got the temple.
So there were really good add-ons in Guild Wars as well before they banned all of them. And it's actually crazy how, let's say, strict they are now with their add-ons, let's say, how they allow them. Because previously you could use a multi-clicker, for example, for if you want to eat some candy corn or if you want to spam click your stuff, you open your boxes and stuff, and now it's not allowed anymore. So you have to be really careful with what you are doing in. I choked myself there. Oh no. Yeah, I think I totally agree. I think the problem in Guild Wars is that you don't have any allowed add-ons and the baseline features are really bad. So you don't have any DPS meter. You don't have anything that can tell you or your friends what gear you are on, and especially your buff bar is way too crowded. Especially if there's something going on with some additional buffs that you get from encounters or debuffs. It's so hard to see. And that's, I totally get that and agree. Two Wilmers on me, sounds good. Yeah, exactly, so you can use, how is it called, clarity and stuff, that allow you to see which boons you currently have way easier. I think that's good. Are they really not allowed in World vs. World? Yeah, probably because it's a PvP game audience. I think, yeah. I think they should really think about improving their baseline features or allowing more add-ons. But I think that's not the way to go, to say don't use any add-ons and then you don't even have good features in the baseline game.
Stillness has appeared.
It's not over.
Your enemy has the gate. You've got the temple.
Yeah, I think if it's needed, if the game allows add-ons like this and the content is really, really difficult otherwise, I think that's okay to have add-ons like this. But to be honest, in Guild Wars 2, add-ons like you need heal now is actually not that important because there is no that difficult content where you would need it, you know. At least in my opinion. Maybe some players would say that's not true. There is a lot of difficult content. I would say there are only two difficult PvE bosses in Guild Wars, which are Ceres and Harvest Temple. Yeah, exactly. I think if you look at other games, you have fully customizable UI. You can shift your health bar in the upper left corner if you feel like that's where it's supposed to be. And in Guild Wars, you have nothing like this. The only thing you can do, you can make it bigger or smaller. which is actually crazy how little you can customize there.
Your enemy has the gate.
Protected. It's not over. Fast as a weasel.
Your enemy has the temple now.
Protected.
Sad. Yeah, I think there are a lot of features they could improve on, especially, for example, to move your health pool or something. In Guild Wars, you don't need to have an add-on for that,
You have
to be
only
honest,
3
I don't know.
points. Hold them at all costs.
No.
Your enemy sees the altar.
I really dislike the PvP meta right now. It's just like everyone is spamming burst in ranked. You don't have any, drawn out fights. You lose the matchup in seconds. I think that's not something I enjoy. I think a little bit more, awareness and not just burst your enemy before you can get bursted. I think that's not fun. You see, if it's just one, I can kill it. But if it's 2 Willbenders, I just don't have the sustain for that.
You've got the temple. You've captured the altar. Your enemy has the gate. Stillness has appeared.
Sorry, I had to concentrate there because it's actually game deciding, match deciding if I can survive this.
You control the gate.
Glorious combination of skills.
seize the altar.
Nice, we won. Very good.
Your team is victorious.
So, I have any build recommendations for them? I will give you some recommendations, but first I want to draw the giveaway winners. So, if you did not enter yet, and you are on Twitch, and you have to be a follower to enter, and if you are, you can just type !enter for 100 gold giveaway. I will draw the winner in 1 minute, so be sure to enter. Thanks a lot for the follow. Be sure to also type enter, !enter, so that you can also have a chance at winning. So I guess the minute is over now. Wait, you can't? Why can't you enter? You should actually be able to enter. You're just I mean, if you send it before, it's fine. You are in. You are in. It still counts. You don't get any message. You're still in. No problem. The follow just counts. Perfect. So I will draw it. Let's see who wins this time. So this time, congratulations, Melbanen. Please send your Guild Wars account name, and I will directly send to you the 100 gold. Be sure to make it the correct one. And for all the others, don't be sad. We have 2 more giveaways to go today. So yeah, so now to the stuff that is really good right now in PvP. I think Willbender is really fast paced. If you like this playstyle, it's really good. So you are sure that it's the correct one, Melbanen? So just that I don't send it to someone else would be sad. So I guess you say it's correct, then I will send it now. Perfect. Congrats again. And the next giveaway will start now. This time we are still going for 100 gold again, and the next time will be 250 gold. So everyone can enter again. If you are there in 45 minutes, you have a chance to win again. As before, just type !enter. You need to be a Twitch follower. That's it. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I want to give you something back for all your support and wanted to promote my Twitch stream a bit. Okay, so now to the recommendations. I think Willbender is really fun to play currently, and you see there are always 3 or 4 at least in the match in PvP right now, because it's so fast paced. It's really strong, it has amazing burst potential, and is actually also quite hard to catch if you play it well. I would say if you more like, you know, if you think it's way too fast paced because you have so many fast action skills, so many dodges and stuff, So it's maybe not. You saw it, yeah. I have a lot of blackline keys. I think it's quite a lot of them. Just a small teaser will be another upcoming video where I open all of those, or a stream as well. But yeah, just a teaser. Another really, really good build for PvP right now is just in general, I would say you can play some side noding builds. For example, Druid is really good right now. If you want to be a little bit smaller smaller fights, so 1v1s, 1v2s or something. This Druid build is also really, really good because it's not that hard to play. You just have to face most of the time 1 or 2 enemies. And Willbender is often in team fights, and it can be really hard to follow as a new player. So I would often recommend to start as a side node build, and this is a really good one. For both of them I have a build guide on my YouTube, so you can check it out and I explain everything in detail. Yeah, that would be my best recommendations for now. I think you can, of course, go for Necromancer. I really enjoy Necromancer. For example, Condition Reaper. But I feel like Condition Reaper, or all Necromancer specs right now, feels so really so bad if you face 2 or 3 Willbenders. If they focus you, they just look at you and you fall dead. So that feels so bad, you know. You have so much life, you have so much life force, but you are really slow. And if you get caught once on a port spot, so here I would be on a no port spot, but if I move down here, people can port to me and I will be dead in seconds because everyone is porting on me. And that's why I don't like this current meta, because you don't have any, let's say, defense against all those people that port on you and burst you if you are a little bit slower paced player. And that's why I would not recommend Necromancer right now. It might be good in a 5v5 where you have a really good team that supports you and stuff, where you can still dash out your damage. But in a ranked scenario, as a new player, no chance that you will survive against 3 or so people jumping on you. Okay, so that's why I would not recommend Necromancer. And of course, I really enjoy, for example, the Harbinger. But then you even lose your Death Shroud, so you are even more squishy. So no way that you will... Yeah, exactly. So it does not matter that you have only... that you have almost 30k life and then even 20k life force. It does not matter to 3 Willbenders, or at least even 1 Willbender can burst through that in no time, you know? So the meta is so bursty, so power orientated that you don't have time to ramp up anything as a condition build or as a slower paced build. And therefore, I would never recommend something like that to a new player. And if you play, that's why I always would say you should start as a new player as a side node build, because then you most likely only face 1 or 2 other people. So you are slower and you are not that likely to get bursted, and you can then check out which attacks you have to dodge, which attack you have to combo with one another to burst the enemy. And I would say this build is really good. You just go on close at the start, cap the point. If someone comes to you, you fight it. If you cap the point without contestation, you can either go in the mid fight if you see your team is losing and you can help them, or if you feel like you want to stay in a 1-on-1, you push to the far node and then you just contest the whole game the far node. If you die, you do this all over again, but most of the time you just try to be on far and be really annoying to win a 1-on-1, to get the decap, to maybe even contest a 1v2, so you go kiting, which is important so that you don't die. So you go off point, go to some no port spots, heal yourself up and try to survive. That's how you would play a typical let's say side node build like the Druid here. But be aware you have a really strong elite skill, so you can even push with this in the team fight because it's a resurrect. So yeah, there's that as well. Yeah, so I think that so what else would work as a side noder? Definitely a warrior, some spellbreaker. Not the staff spear spellbreaker, that one is really bad right now. It just doesn't do anything anymore. But you play some maybe greatsword, maybe dagger shield stuff, maybe even hammer on spellbreaker, that can be played. Because the bunker spellbreaker with staff is just bad. It's just bad. You don't have any kill pressure anymore, and your tankiness is so reduced. It's not good anymore. And for other side noding builds, chill, I would wait a few hours, because in a few hours the monthly AT will start, and then I can give you a really how is it called, comprehensive review of which side noding builds are currently really good and top level teams play, and then I can make a meta analysis what is currently happening, you know. Yeah, exactly. The warrior staff build was nerfed so hard recently that it's probably not played anymore. And I would say, in my opinion at least, hammer catalyst is actually can be played as a side noder. I think that's fine. But a lot of other classes don't have that much side noding builds right now, because they just get bursted so hard from, you know, as a side noder you have to at least survive if you get outnumbered. But oftentimes you just can't survive a Willbender outnumber. And that's why, yeah, you have to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, exactly. So the warrior spear got nerfed, the warrior healing got reduced, and it's just not bunkery anymore. And therefore, you will never encounter a spear warrior that is trying to bunker a node and doing it that successfully. So yeah, and at least in higher level gameplay. Nuyali, thanks a lot for the follow. Be sure to enter the giveaway to make use out of your follow as well. I mean, I think it's a little bit sad that they nerfed the evade on the spellbreaker, especially because they had to nerf it in all game modes. And in PvE it was actually, I think, a good thing to have, you know, as for example on a solo build or even on a DPS build. Sometimes it was really fun to just have an evade, or really good, you know, just evade and attack with your DPS skill. But I can understand that they can't split the functionality like this. And in PvP it was just too obnoxious. There was no way to balance this correctly, especially with, as a spellbreaker with full counter, you can reset your skill, your evade, and therefore you have 2 evades. Even if the cooldown is 100 seconds, which it is obviously not, you still can reset it with a full counter. So, and I think they nerfed the full counter, so it's definitely way worse now, but it's still probably a really good side noder. Yeah, I think the defense straight line is a problem, but I also think as a balanced dev you have to be really careful, because if you nerf all stuff at once, people are really upset and the build is complete. You can't play anything anymore, you know, because it's so bad in comparison to all the other specs. So you have to do it gradually, you know. I think the problem is that they have to think about what to nerf, because defense is a core trait line, so even Berserker or maybe even Bladezone can't run it anymore if they nerf it too hard. Might be debatable if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think they also did nerf actually the what was it? I think they nerfed the Rivers Relic as well, so you have way less uptime on your Alacrity. So therefore the defense straight line is way worse as well. But of course, I agree that defense straight line is a huge problem. But I have to say, I will give the team the benefit of the doubt, because it's really hard, you know. There are always people that say nerf this, nerf that, and then they nerf it, and then the other people that say, oh my god, you nerfed this, why did you not nerf the other thing, you know? So there will always be some people that are upset about the nerfs. And I think the warrior nerfs might not be the perfect nerfs, but at least warrior, the bunker one, is not playable anymore, and that's what the goal was, you know. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the River's Relic was a mistake to introduce, at least in competitive modes. But even in PvE, I think it's really strong. You know, look at my Vindicator solo build. You have permanent alacrity on a Vindicator, so okay, it seems like it's quite balanced, you know. But I guess that's how the game goes, you know. I mean, it's their game. They can develop how they want it. Let's just hope that the new relics are a competitive relic, so that, for example, you have to make a choice and you don't just run permanently the River's Relic for the whole time that the game is still playable. Yeah, I think there are a lot of options. I think it's okay if your relic is strong, but I think the problem is if you put the relic, for example, before the nerf in PvP, so it was 2 seconds of alacrity and 3 seconds of regeneration without any boon duration before the nerf. And this was so strong that you run it on any build. You could run it really on any builds. It doesn't matter which build you played. It was most likely one of the best, if not the best option you could have, which is insane, because that's not how a relic should work, you know. That's like saying I play Reaper Relic, which gives you chill on shout on any class because it's too good, you know. That's just stupid. I think a relic should be something that you decide as a player, this is perfect for my build, it helps me on this build, and not in general, you know. And that's why they nerfed it, and now it's 1 second, and it's still played on some classes that dodge a lot, for example, or that don't have a better option. And I think that's okay, but now it's way, let's say, less oppressive. But I talked a lot about that in my balance video, I talked about it on stream. I think that's something they have to really be aware how to balance relics in general, to not have one that is perfect for every build. They have to balance it around to have relics that are comparatively strong, but not run on every build. Just like the Reaper's Relic. I think the Reaper Relic is really, really good on Condition Reaper, and that's it. And I think that's fine. But there should be a lot of other relics that are fine for other classes as well. Yeah, I think the problem is staff on Elementalist. I think they are not sure what to do about it. I think the staff on Elementalist is a support weapon in their eyes, and the spear is supposed to be the weapon that is the long-range DPS weapon, which is a bit sad because the spear has some issues with the targeting, and also it's not perfect for World vs. World, for example, because a lot of stuff are projectiles, and projectiles in World vs. World are not good. That's why staff was so good. So I get your point why you would say that you should buff staff on Elementalist. Yeah, I mean, so I wouldn't do it like the Guardian Spear. I think the Guardian Spear is a bad example because it's just way too overtuned. That's not how it should be, in my opinion. I think the Guardian Spear is fine by design, but I think the damage numbers should be way lower so that you have to make a compromise so that you get a supportish weapon with some damage, but you have less damage, for example, than the greatsword. Currently, it's just you run spear and you get not even only the highest damage, but you also get the best support that you can get on a damage weapon, and you get the best mobility. So yeah, that's crazy. At least in competitive modes.
I feel good.
So in PvP, Mesmer is a side noder. I think you can. There is still the spear build with Chronomancer that is still okay even after the nerfs, but it's got way worse. They nerfed the Signet of Illusions, which is normally used to reset your cooldowns of your shatters. They now nerfed it in a, let's say, sneaky hotfix patch last week. Or this week. I think it was this week. I don't know. Really frequent recently. And it was from 100% reset of your cooldown. So you get your distortion fully back. And now it's only 50%. And that's crazy. So I would say that hit the Mesmer really hard. Really hard. So I think you normally... I think there is some Mirage or some Virtuoso builds as side notes, so some condition variants. But I think they struggle a lot against Willbenders, and I think Mesmer as a side noder is currently not the way to go in most cases. So in PvP, I actually played quite a lot of PvP. Not as much, of course, as all other really high-level players. I would say I'm typically rated around Platinum 1, Platinum 2. This season is way lower because I play so many builds. I don't have that much, let's say, experience on any of them, so that I can really grind my rank. And I don't really care because I just want to make some videos. And I also feel this season is really hard to get rating because there are so few players playing all the time that you have just very volatile matchups. But in general, over the last seasons, I was always rated around, let's say, rank 60 or something at the end of the season in the leaderboard. That's something where I always were at the end. So not crazy. I did not want any monthly AT yet, but I still have some experience. So I would say I just play for fun. You know, I like Willbender right now. It's fun to play. It's really fast paced. I like this kind of play style. So that's why I play it. I don't play and say, oh, I want to get top 10 this season. You know, that's just not what I do right now. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why I don't play for rating anymore, because in previous season you could at least play solo queue and get some fair matches. But now it's like, if you play as a platinum ranked player, you will get a platinum duo queue in the enemy team, and you know it's probably lost, just because they have much more map presence than you, and you can't carry your team alone. And I really dislike this kind of this encouragement to play as a solo player, because I really enjoy just queuing up without anyone to think about, you know, just having fun on my own. Maybe stream it. That's what I like to play. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree there. But I think that's just what it is. I can't change the population. I can't change how PvP is currently going, so I have to live with it and enjoy the game for what it is. That's just how it is, you know. Yeah. So I was actually thinking about the same thing. Just fix PvP by introducing solo queue for ranked only. But to be honest, at this point, I believe that would just make things worse, because then people that are currently playing PvP ranked for rating and duo queuing, I think they would just stop duo queuing and just playing PvP altogether, because they say it's not fun anymore. We have no chance at carrying the match that hard anymore, and that's what they enjoyed. And I think a lot of top-rated players would just play, if anything, they would play ATs, and that would be even. I think that would be even worse for the PvP population. I think that's really hard. I think my fix, or not my fix, but my idea would be to just increase the population again, to get more people into PvP so that the matchmaking can make better matches. But that might be some cope take, because I think at this point it might not be possible to save PvP anymore. Especially with the new PvP game mode that's coming out. I think it can just make things worse and split the community, the small PvP community, even more. I think to improve the population, I think PvP is actually... I think the thing is, PvP is still fun to play, you know? It's not like there is only really cancer builds running around. I think it's still quite fun to play. But the problem is more that there are a lot of people abusing the system and either going for complete high rating by dual queuing, or just making a bad experience because there are just not fair matches, any fair matches going on. That's why I would increase the population just by getting more people in, for example, using higher rewards that people think, oh my god, I have to try PvP, make up some kind of PvP month, for example. Double or triple the amount of gold you get from PvP. And maybe some PvEvers will say, okay, I try it, and then they stick around because it's fun to play. Maybe. I hope so, because I think the matches would be fun if there is some kind of incentive to have more players, and therefore the rating is much more balanced, you know. So that if you are a gold player in the middle of gold, you only have 9 other gold players in your match. I think that's how it should be. And then the match would be way, way more fun, because you then don't get outplayed really hard just because there is a platinum player in the match. But I also think it should also be maybe something unique, not only gold, you know, some unique skins or some title that is changing every season that you will lose after the season or something. So you have to play 200 matches and you get a title that will stay for the season and then it will go away or something. I don't know, something unique that people think, oh, I want to have this. And it's not something that you can't get as a normal player. Like, for example, they improve actually the monthly AT rewards a lot, you know. There's some special title that no one has yet, because you have to win 12 or something monthly ATs in total to get it. I think that's cool, but not a lot of people will get this. So they should also increase the rewards that normal people can get, and they can say, oh, that's someone that played PvP and is actually not bad at it, you know. I think that's something they should do, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. So most people don't play ATs because it's so hard to win at all any ATs, because there are just the same 10 people playing all the time that will always win because they play together, you know. That's just the current state of ATs. I would also say that the rewards in ranked are not crazy. They are okay. You get some gold per hour if you just play PvP, but it's nowhere near PvE. And if you just play ranked, it's not that good, you know. It's not like saying 40 gold per hour. I think it should be something that incentivizes people to go there. It should not be something that people just go there and AFK to get the gold, you know. I think that's also a bad thing to have. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So ATs are just, you know, there is the typical gold level, and then you have the little bit higher level of platinum, and then there is a huge gap where all the monthly AT winners are, you know. And there is no way as a platinum player to get there without playing competitive ATs, but there are no competitive ATs because you get wiped all the time. Yeah, that's the problem. And you can't get better because ranked is so small, the population, that you don't have any way to train, you know, against the good players. So it's just not possible for most people to get any really strong AT experience. So fun, it's the giveaway is just for Twitch viewers. So if you are on YouTube, sorry, you have to go for my YouTube video giveaway. Or you can join me on Twitch and follow, and then you can enter. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Don't forget to type !enter. I will draw the winner in 10 minutes. Yes, that's definitely the problem. So if a new player queues for the first rank match, and that's actually what happened, there are people that are on stream and play against people that play the first time PvP and play against Naru and their duo queue partner, you know? That's how it is. And that's just bad. It's just bad. And I think, to be honest, yes, the population might be better in EU, but it's just, you know, it's just so little in both regions, it doesn't really matter. It just doesn't matter. I feel like it's not a problem that NA only or EU only has. I think it's just in general, Guild Wars 2 PvP is the population is not there. Yeah, but to be honest, I'm not sure if it would save the issue. You know, if you have 200 or let's say 200 frequent PvP players on an EU and 200 on NA, you have 400 in total. If you bring it together, even if that would be technically possible, it might not be. It might not make a difference. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it can help, but I think that's technically just not possible. I think if I go to NA, I currently have a 34 ping. If I would go to NA, I had 100 or 120 ping, which is okay, but a lot of people say they have a ping of over 200 and you can't play some high level PvP with 200 ping. Or you can try, but it's really hard and you have a way harder experience than all other people. So, and I think they can't do it. They just technically can't do it. Yeah, I think I don't want to be a doomer here, but I think PvP in Guild Wars 2 was actually just abandoned from the developers at this point. I think they balance, but they don't want to really commit to it. I think they have decided years ago that it's not worth their time to invest to get money in marketing, to get more people into it. And you have to be honest, Guild Wars 2 is an MMO in general, and I think MMOs are typically not known for their PvP, you know. There are really just a few MMOs that have good PvP, and some of them are even pay to win. So yeah, I think if you want to play a really high level hardcore PvP experience, you most likely go for some shooter like CSGO or something like that, or for some MOBA like League of Legends or Dota. That's typically where you would go as a PvP. Yeah, I think just increasing the amount of unique rewards like pips could help, I think. I think it's definitely something that I would probably say it's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. I think the generation of us that is playing MMOs is not, let's say, there's no new blood coming into MMOs. I think a lot of people currently play mobile games, maybe Fortnite, that are young and don't play MMOs, so we don't get the new people that want to play some competitive stuff. It's just us, the, let's say, little bit older people. It's not Yeah. I think the problem is a lot of people just don't come into MMOs to play PvP. I think a lot of people just want to have the PvE experience, maybe even go for some solo experience, like playing MMOs for the story, playing MMOs for relaxing time. Especially Guild Wars is an MMO like this, you know. At least that's what I feel like. You can also look at my YouTube videos, you know. If I make a video, a build guide about a solo build guide, I get 6 times, or that's not, maybe even 10 times more viewers. If I would make a build guide about the same class in PvP, I'd just get 200 or something. So, yeah.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Yeah, I think you got a timeout because you spammed it, or I don't know. My bot is really strict on this, so I don't know. Maybe the bot doesn't like Fortnite, I don't know. I won't play Fortnite on stream, so there's that. Maybe that's it, yeah. So, a few more minutes, I think 4 more minutes, so if you haven't entered yet, just type !enter in the Twitch chat, and if you're a follower, you can then win 100 gold this time. Yeah, I think the Necromancer build, where you want to play a lot of procs and play some, I think it's Spite as well. I tried it and it's really fun, but it has the same problem that the normal Necromancer Condi Reaper has. It's just way too squishy in the sense that you are somewhat condition built and you face 3 Willbenders or something like that in the enemy team, and if they see you, they engage on you, you can't kite enough because they are way more mobile than you, and you just die. I think I really like this playstyle, but I think the problem is that you just are not in the correct meta to play this, you know. It's just not like it's good in this meta, at least in my opinion. So case law, I would say the game is definitely not dead. I think Guild Wars 2 is currently in one of its best spots that it has ever been, at least for PvE and World vs. World. If you are a really competitive PvP player, I would say maybe look for a different game then. World vs. World is, you know, 100 or 50 against 50 players, so that's a large scale PvP. That's alive. But if you're going for a 5v5 or even 3v3 or 2v2 experience, that's not where Guild Wars is currently alive. Yeah, I agree. If you run with Spectral Worm and Spectral Rock and Worm, you have some, let's say, disengage potential, but then you also lose so much pressure because I have the feeling three of your utility shouts are so good, you know. So you have the stun break shout that also applies weakness. That's so good. Then you have the suffer shout, which will give you some really nice condition cleanse and chill application. And then you have the unblockable shout, which is also boon corrupt. So all of those 3 are really good, especially with conjunction with the Reaper relic, which all apply then chill. So if you go for 2 not shout skills, you will lose the chill of those. And then you lose quite a lot of value just to have the possibility to disengage 1 engage of the Willbenders. And they have way lower cooldowns than you. So I feel like even though if you can survive 1, the second engage you will lose most of the time. So let's see if some people in the monthly AT tonight will have some cool Necromancer cook. but I would say Necromancer in the current meta is just too slow. I think it might work if you only face one Willbender, or if you face bad Willbenders, it might work. But if you have a really highlighted game, and I think on EU at least, if I face some Platinum Duo queue, they at least have one Willbender every time. It's just too hard for me. Most of the time I can't, I don't have fun playing this, you know. I think, to be honest, in the current meta, I would say the Power Necromancer or Harbinger build is probably better at dealing with those Willbenders. You are squishier, yes, but you can counter pressure them, you have way more weakness application, and you are much more mobile. So oftentimes, if I go in a 101 as the Power with Sword Harbinger, I can actually win the 101 against the Willbender. And that's cool. Yeah, duo swords, yeah, exactly. So I think that's a build that's way more promising. But I think that has the same problem, that if two burst classes focus it, it's dead, because it's just not, it doesn't have that much sustain. I think the current meta is just not that, you know, there is not that much variance in what builds you can play, just because you have so many burst builds that their slow builds are just not good enough, you know. Yes, I really enjoy skill 3 on swords, because you can also, especially on Harbinger, you can also just say the damage you get that puts you in combat, you can just deny it from weapon swapping in the last second, so that you don't get the damage and you don't get into combat. I really like those mechanics, you know, that you have some way of altering the skill, that it's still getting value because you get the movement, but you don't get the damage, and therefore you don't need to go into combat. So, was there a question about gear? Maybe I missed it. Ah, yeah. So, new to Guild Wars 2 playing for about a week. I went Firebrand, heard about Ascendant gear. It's super important. So, Ascendant gear is like a 5% stat increase. So, it's not important in the sense that you need it to clear encounters, but it also gives you a little bit more defense. So, that's good. And most of the time, it's something you would go for anyways, because in Guild Wars there is no gear progression. So, as a new player, you will get 80, and then you will try to get the highest gear, which is Ascended, and that will stay until the end of time in Guild Wars 2. So we'll always go for Ascended gear. So I would say play what you like. If you like the fast-paced game style of the Willbender, you can go for Willbender. It's currently really good in all game modes. Dragon Hunter is in a bit of a tough spot, I would say, at the moment, because it's just overshadowed by Willbender, and it's also a little bit slower. It doesn't have that much going for it at the moment. So if you like it, you can play it. There are builds in all game modes for that, but it's definitely not the crazy build that you might expect. And if you have the right stats on exotics, you can clear any content with exotic gear. You just have to have the right build for this. The only thing that you can't clear is fractals, because fractals don't need you to have ascended gear for the stats, but they need you to have ascended gear to put an infusion in, which will prevent some mechanics from dealing damage or killing you instantly. So if you want to go for fractals, which is 5-player dungeons, you have to have ascended gear to go for the highest level of dungeons, which are currently one of the best gold farms in Guild Wars 2. So even I would say even in World vs. World, if you run in a circ, you are fine with exotics most of the time. because you are just one player out of 50 and your 5% change in stats is not impactful enough to make to swing the fight in one direction or the other. So I will now go to a safe spot and I will draw the next winner. So be sure to enter the giveaway. You need to be a Twitch follower to win. Exclamation mark enter. I will give you one more minute. Thanks a lot for the follow, Akira. Like you can see on the screen, I will give away 100 gold. That's the second to last giveaway for today. I will also have another giveaway after this for even 250 gold. Yeah, so yes, I can also send a gold to NA, doesn't matter. NA and EU are sharing the same economy system, so you have the same trading post, you have the same mail system. The only thing that we can't do is play together, in the sense that we can do dungeons or we can do world versus world together. Yeah, I will explain fractals in a second. Just let me close the giveaway first. So, hope everyone has entered. So we have 9 entries. Good luck to everyone. That's crazy. You have a lucky day today, Melbanon. I guess that's another win. I have to be fair. If the same guys entering, it just happens. So just to make sure, please send the account name again, so that I don't send it wrong. And for everyone else that did not win, no problem, you have one more chance today. And of course, if you want to join my YouTube giveaway, just comment on my YouTube video. Just check it out, link is in the about section. Yeah, Melbourne won again. I'm really sorry to all the other people, but that's how, you know, giveaways work. You can draw and sometimes you draw the same. So congratulations again. And we have one more giveaway. Rigged? I'm not sure. I did not rig it at all. So sorry to all the others. One more chance. And the biggest giveaway yet, you know. So it's up again. This time it will be 250 gold. Exactly. And be aware, I will do another giveaway when I reach 1000 subscribers on YouTube. So there will be might even be bigger prize pools for you, and if you are lucky, you can get this as well. Yeah, as always, just be a subscriber to, follower to enter, and type exclamation mark enter on Twitch. Thanks, Ramsey, for the follow. Appreciate it. So next draw will be in around 40 minutes. And that's the last for today. Exactly, on Wednesday, I will give away my 500 gold from the YouTube giveaway. So if you have not entered there yet, be sure to do this. It's an easy chance. Of course, the chance on YouTube is a little bit lower. A lot of people entered, but you might be lucky like Melbanon and just win. Yeah, sure. Enjoy your lunch. So I wanted to answer your question what fractals are. So fractals are a content in Guild Wars 2 that is actually somewhat updated. So they will release new fractals every year. And fractals are some Guild Wars 2's take on dungeons nowadays. So it's just a 5-person dungeon. So you have 5 people in a party that go into the dungeon. And then you have some levels depending on the difficulty you chose. And they will give you more gold depending on the, let's say, difficulty you chose. Higher difficulty, more gold. And they will also provide you with a lot of ascended gear if you do them regularly and quite a lot of gold. Because they have some daily cap, which gives you even more gold for the dailies you do. So that's generally how it's done. If you're a new player, you can check out my fractal guides. I have some fractal guides on YouTube. They are designed to help new players. Hopefully you find them helpful as well. And I really enjoy them. I think even though I played them for a really huge amount of time, I still enjoy them because they are not only a really good gold farm, they are also really fun. Yeah. So fractals are designed for 5-person parties. So 5 people should go in there. But especially the low-level fractals, which are much easier than the high-level fractals, can be soloed. I think there are some guys on YouTube that even did solo high-level fractals, but that takes 10 hours, and therefore that's not designed how it should be done, or let's say not hours, but a really huge amount of time. And also some boss mechanics are designed for people of more than, let's say, 1 or 2 for some bosses are at least needed, 2, 3 or so people. So it's not really a thing you should go and do solo. But I would say that's not a big deal if you are new to Guild Wars 2. You can go just to the LFG and go to the fractal section here, and then you can, depending on the fractal scale you are on, you can decide which party you join, and they are all playing together without knowing each other, you know. So it's just like a look for group tool of the developers. And if you go for the master scale, you have the highest level as well. So you don't need to really look for people that are permanently playing with you and you have to be friends with in real life. You can just pick up a group and you don't know them, but you clear the content together. That's why a lot of people just play fractals, because it's really easy. You don't have to have any friends. You can still get the money. Yeah, so that what I'm currently doing, it's just something that is really easy. I don't have to think about it a lot. That's why I wanted to, if I talk to you, I have to think about my talking and not upload my gameplay. So this is really good. It's called Halloween Labyrinth Farm. And it's in the Mad King's Labyrinth. So currently is the Halloween event in Guild Wars 2. As you can see, there's a lot of spooky creatures in here. And you can get there. I can show it to you. In Lion's Arch, which is the major capital city of Guild Wars 2. And then you speak to one of those weird doors, and then you can enter this. And if you then go for the festival section here and then large squads, you can see there are a lot of squads currently going and doing this. And it's not only giving you gold, but it's also giving you experience. So if you want to level another character, you can do it. And yeah, the most important feature, of course, is that you get a lot of gold. Yeah. So the groups are in the festival section here on the large squads. And if you want to go in from the map in Guild Wars 2, you would go to Lion's Arch, for example, to here, to the Traders Forum waypoint, and then you just talk to one of those NPCs here, or to the door directly. You see here is big written Mad King's Labyrinth. If you then press just F, and then you can open the door, and then you're in the Mad King's Labyrinth. And to get to the menu I just showed you, you can go here to Context and LFG. I have the set keybind bound to it. I don't know what's the default keybind, but this 3 people, you click on it, then you come up with your friends panel, and then you can go for looking for group, which is the second tag here, and then you scroll down, or you see it directly here, to festivals, and there's large squads, and there are a lot of people here. And if there's an exclamation mark, this map is currently, let's say, full. A lot of people want to enter this, so you probably will take some time to get in there. You can go to some other thing like this one that doesn't have a... Yeah, and then you can just click on join, and then you have to right click the people that are in here and then join in Mad King's Labyrinth, and then you go to the instance that they are currently on, and that's how you get in. So I hope you understood that, but if you have any questions, sure, I can explain. Yeah, so my idea was to just increase the amount of gold over the stream, because a lot of people are not awake yet or are not joining, and slowly increasing the amount so that more people have the chance to win the big numbers. And like I said, I will probably give away much more gold in the future. And so be sure to stick around, and of course follow and subscribe, whatever. On YouTube, subscribe. On Twitch, follow. So you will be always aware when I stream and give away stuff. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, in Guild Wars 2, almost everything costs gold. So I have quite a lot of amount in my inventory here, but it's not nothing that crazy. And some mounts cost 200 gold, or some skins at least. And if you want to go for legendary or something, most legendaries cost around, the weapons at least cost around 2000 gold. So you see that's not that much gold then in my inventory anymore. Yeah. So there are some really, really long-term goals in Guild Wars 2. And that's fine. I think there should be those goals so that people have something to go for. But oftentimes it's, for new players, really, it's a really long-term goal, you know. It's not something that you can say, next week I will do this. Most of the time you don't get that fast. But it's fine. I mean, you don't have to grind as a new player, you know, to get the legendary in the next week, you know. You have a lot of content to do. So my PvE characters have normal bags, 20 bag slots here, and the last slots are invisible bags. That are bags that are, if they are filled, are not showing up on vendors. So currently, if I go to a vendor and want to sell my stuff, it looks like my inventory is empty. But if I have stuff actually that can be sold, for example, this shield can be sold for 1 gold. But if I put it in an invisible bag, it's not showing on the vendor tab, and it will also not compact if I press the compact button. So I put a lot of stuff that I usually need and don't want to sell at the bottom of my inventory so that I can use it whenever I need it to. But it also doesn't show so that I don't sell it accidentally. That's the idea. A lot of people have a lot of different setups for how to do this. Some people have a really messy inventory, like Mighty Teapot. I like to go for a little bit cleaner setup so that I have the stuff that I want to use regularly on top, so that I can, for example, use some consumables here and other stuff that I could sell in the invisible bag. So the thing is that the candy corn gobbler costs 3 candy corn and gives you the chance at giving the boost or the transformation. And most of the time you want the experience boost. There are other boosts that are worth it, but the experience boost is the big one. And the Saitafi gobbler or the snowflake gobbler costs 5, but gives you guaranteed the boost for 15 minutes. Or at least gives you way more chance at the boost that you want to have. It can also give you a Winter's Day gift. But the thing is that the Saitafi gobbler and the Winter's Day gobbler are exactly the same. So you always go for the one that is obviously, so the buff is exactly the same. So you go for the one that is cheaper, you know. So if I look 5 snowflakes, how much are 5 snowflakes? So 5 snowflakes would be around, what, if I buy them, 7 silver. And if I go for Saitafi, I don't know how much you need for the Saitafi gobbler because I don't have it. But I think it's way higher. Let me check. So the Saitafi gobbler, oh, it needs 25 pieces. So then you need, so it's over double the amount of stuff that you need for the same buff, for exactly the same buff. And therefore, of course, it makes sense to go for the cheaper one. Why would you go for the more expensive one? That's the thing. And I would also say that the snowflake buff in conjunction with the candy corn buff is really, really good, especially in competitive modes, because you get 25% more reward track gain in PvP and World vs. World. So if you play this, you passively get more gold. Really good, really, really good. So let's see if we can get some strike missions going. So typically the boosts so the boost typically gets on sale when the festival, the corresponding one, is there. So the Winter's Day one, the Snowflake one, the better one, or the cheaper one, will be probably on sale during Winter's Day, and Winter's Day will probably start around early September, December, mid of December. So you can buy it in the next month. Yeah. That is true, that the Saitafi one gives you the higher amount of gold back, so the Winter's Day gift is less expensive than the coffer, but it's still not worth it, you know. I mean, you can go for it if you really feel like it, but I feel like the Winter's Day one is just easier to get, and you don't want to permanently sell stuff that feels not that easy, you know, at least in my opinion. Yeah. I always, especially when the new updates launch, where you have newer, how's it called? New masteries and I want to grind them as fast as I can, I always use all of my boosters that I can get. And therefore it's really good for this as well, because it's just increasing my experience gain. Yeah, I think I would, if you have the gems lying around, you should definitely go for it. It's a really good investment, because I have it now for almost 10 years or something. It gave me so much more experience when it first came out. I bought it, and since then I have it, so it's really, really good. So if you have any questions, especially the new players among us here, please don't be shy. I'm happy to answer. Always try to be helpful and explain stuff. It's actually ridiculous how long you always have to wait to find a group. Most of the time the boss is faster than the group feature, as to look for a group takes longer than the boss. Hopefully we have a good boon uptime here. So that at least the boss is fast. So really enjoy Mesmer with Spear currently. It's really fun in PvE especially. It's such a really fluid rotation. It's really interactive. You have a lot of damage, you have a lot of AoE potential. I really enjoy it. And you can see it's also performing really good. I'm 3rd place in DPS, even though I'm offensive support here. Please CC, please, thanks. So the boon uptime is good enough. I take this. As an offensive supporter, it's always your first priority to have permanent the boon that you are supposed to provide. If you deal a lot of damage, then after that, that's fine. That's good. But the most important part, at least for me as a support, is always try to do your job, and then you can do whatever you want to do and do a mechanic or do DPS. But the job is the most important thing. So if you're a quickness provider, doesn't matter if you're a healer or just a quick DPS, you should always go for your job as the quick DPS first. Because you have to see it like this. So as a quick DPS, you provide quickness to your party, which is for other people. And all of those people deal then 50% more damage. So you provide a 50% damage buff. If you can keep that up 100%, it's way more than your maybe slight DPS increase by decreasing your rotation to give some quickness. I don't like that I can't dodge this. It's not nice. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Shrek Commands. Oh no, we have too many stacks. I will be one-shotted by all of those attacks. Not that good. This boss in normal mode is really easy. You just do your rotation permanently. It's crazy how easy it actually is. But in the really hard mode, you know, the race to worlds first, you can see how hard bosses can become if they have a design like that in mind. Really enjoy this. So, was good enough. So I will do the giveaway in around half an hour. So if you did not enter yet, you still have some time. Thanks a lot for the follow, Shark, Kadia. I will do a quick bio break. I will be back in 2 minutes. So I'm back. Let me know if you have any comments about what you want to see on stream. I'm free now. I can do stuff that you want to see. Maybe some special class gameplay, maybe some special game mode, whatever you like. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm always happy to answer. And also, if you have any recommendations or stuff that you want to see on as a video, I'm always happy to get some feedback there. So I was thinking about, a lot of people are surprised how much stuff I have on my account. Of course, I played a lot of Guild Wars in the last years. So would you be interested in having an account tour of some kind? So where you see what my account is looking like, maybe get some incentives or some inspiration from that. Yeah, sure, I can also play the Druid build, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think World vs. World is a really good game mode to stream because I can talk. There's a lot of walking involved. There is a lot of, time where I can explain stuff. Because if for example, if I play a PvP match and it's really, intense, oftentimes it's hard to explain stuff while the match is ongoing, just because there is so much happening on where I have to concentrate. And I think in World vs. World, it's much easier for me as a streamer to also talk about what I'm doing and maybe talk about stuff that is, let's say, asked in chat. Because if you ask something in the beginning of a PvP match, I might not answer until the complete end, so 10 minutes later or something. And in World vs. World, there's a little bit more downtime and I can talk a little bit more open. But like Summer suggested, we can also get some Druid gameplay going. I can't, I will not tell you that I have the most, perfect gameplay and don't have the best Druid mechanics yet. But I think for someone that is new to PvP, I can explain a lot about this build and a lot about my thinking process, so you can learn something from that for sure. Let me just get the tick and then we will go for the PvP match.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is Ranger in general, but Druid in particular, was such a, spec known for its defense potential, for its sustain. And I feel like a lot of people, especially the high-end community, didn't really like Bunker Druids because they also had the capability of going for some decap builds, and it's so unfun to play against this,
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
Yeah, Mace is way stronger right now. It's also, you have the kill pressure. With the staff build, you didn't have any kill pressure So you just try to survive until the end of the match. Now you really can kill someone. Yeah, definitely you can play some Demon Queen shenanigans, but I would say it's not the best one right now. Maybe I missed something, but I think it's not the way to go if you want to go for the most optimal build. So this build is really strong, I would say, as a side note build. So you have Berserker Amulet. You still go for Relic of Rivers. You can swap that for something that feels better. There are a lot of options here. But I think Relic of Rivers is really good still on this build because you get a lot of value from the alacrity. But you can go for anything actually. I think there's Relic of Midnight King is really good as well if you want to go for damage. And then these are the traits. Yeah, I totally agree. I think Demon Queen Relic is really fun. I think that's a relic that's how Relic should be. Changing mechanics of the game, but not being too oppressive, at least in the current meta. I just think on a power build to go for this relic is only worth it if you really know you face something really healing heavy in a 1-on-1 permanently. Then it's worth it if you have enough interrupts to proc it or enough poison application. But on this build you don't have that much poison application and therefore it's not worth it to go on a side noting build. If you go for a condition build, that is completely different, of course. The most important part, Summer, about this build is that you want to CC enemies. That's why you take this sigil. Gives you more damage against them and more stun duration. Also base duration. And whenever you stun someone or disable them on a quarter-second cooldown, you get really huge amount of healing. 600 healing and 600 damage. Which is crazy because you have a lot of CCs on Druid. Especially on the second pet. The second pet is the Sky Chuck Striker. And this pet gives you a, how's it called, lightning field. And if you jump with your jump finisher through the lightning field, you have 2 in this weapon set, they will apply a daze to the target. And therefore, you even have a daze on your 2 and 3 skill with this pet. So you have even more dazes than you normally have. So this is a daze, this is a daze, this is a stun. At the end, this is a daze. In your Celestial Avatar, your 3 skill is a daze. So you have so many CCs that you can even apply AoE, and all of them proc the healing and the damage. So that's the idea behind this build, you know. And of course, be always aware that you even have 2 water fields here, or 3 in Celestial Avatars, also 1. And you even have a smoke field here, so you can do a lot of combo fields usage in this build. So let's check what we have. So we have a Scepter Weaver, we have a Daredevil, we have a Willbender, and we have some kind of Core Guard that wants to go far. And we have in the enemy team only 1 Willbender and a lot of defensive. I don't know what they are all playing, but that's a match where Druid is okay. If this is a side note build, we have 2 side note builds and 3 roamers. So we don't want to go team fight, but it seems like the enemies don't have any support either. So that's fine. So let's see how it goes. So here I now probably go close just to make sure that we get the cap, and if we get contested, if someone is crossing, we can deny we can get a nice 1-on-1 here. So now I have to make the decision to either help those guys or not, but I get to go for the cap. And I now have a 1-on-1 on my point against the Fire Weaver. think it's a Fire Weaver. And now I have to be really careful because I have 2 people here on me. So I go Kite.
Spawniers return.
So we are here in a 2v2, which is not good. You don't really want to be in a 2v2 here. That's why we also lose it.
Your enemy took the mine.
No, I cancelled my own heal. Oh, too bad. Yeah, I mean, we had a crash. That's why we lost the whole map. But yeah, my team is also not that smart. Why is our Guardian going for Beast when we don't even have a cap here? I don't really get this. So at this point, I probably will just go far because I don't want to team fight, and my team is actually trying to team fight here, which is a bad thing to be in. You know, you don't want to team fight as a druid most of the time.
They took the
And the team is completely overwhelmed by the enemy team, so they have, I don't know, now it's a tough spot. I can either help them outnumber here or defend with my Guardian here. I now decide to go mid to make sure that my Guardian doesn't die in the 1v2 here. I have to be careful because they have a lot of damage here, and my Guardian, I think, doesn't have that much damage.
Your enemy took the mine.
Target this one, please. So you can see I have some healing for my team actually, because I'm playing Druid. I don't have any healing power on my amulet, so it's not that crazy heal. I'm not a support, but I can help them in the team fight. And now I decide to push far, just because I'm good at far. You know, I'm a side note build. I like to be in outnumbered situations. That's why I try to go far now. And get the decap maybe. Let's see. No, I don't get it. Have to be a little bit careful here, but my team helps me now. Let's see if we can get some use out of that. We actually get the decap. We can now get the interrupt here. Perfect. We actually, I think we can get the kill here. This guy is very vulnerable. Yes, perfect. And now I rotate close because I can see my team doesn't want to let me alone and far. And I want to be, as I said, not in a team fight. My team is 3 against 2 in the midpoint. And now I can go too far. If there is a 1-on-1, I can take it. If it's not a 1-on-1, I would have just gotten the decap. Here I have to be a bit careful because this guy could probably deny the point for long enough so that I don't get any value from this. But I think it's not... I think this guy doesn't know how to deal with my passive condis that I permanently get. So I can maybe get the kill here in a bit. If not, the rotation is not that good. Yeah, I think I now have to leave. I can't get the kill fast enough. Just have to make sure that I don't die. And now my team is actually here to help me. And this is good because then we can get the decap. And is it? Now I have to make a tough decision. Okay, no, I don't know. Because we have the enemy willbender, DH coming in here. It's a bad spot to be in because I can't really help my teammate up there. I don't have a teleport. But I have to help him because he will probably lose the 1-on-1.
The keep is yours.
I tried to support my teammate up here because they will maybe die. We actually get the kill here on the DH. Very nice. And we actually have a really good map state at this point. So that's where we want to be. I tried to support my teammate here. You can see I have some potential to do exactly that. But now I have to follow this guy. And this would be the rare situation where you can go for a beast. They are on respawn, they don't have any contest possibility, so you could go for a beast kill here. Now you have to be careful that this guy doesn't rest themselves, you know, because ranger and downstate is always dangerous. Never let a ranger bleed. And then I will go far again. They overwhelmed far because they were all on respawn. Now I have to be a little bit careful. They will engage on me here shortly. And I try to just make sure that I can get some 1v2s going here, because that's where I want to be. So I always try to kite, of course, just to make sure that you don't get all the damage that the enemy team puts on you. And now we are in a good spot. Again, we get 2v2 here, which we might win. Let's see. Maybe not.
They took the henge.
No, I died off point. That's not where you want to be. And you always want... I was probably dead 10 seconds ago, so I had to make the decision to die on point. I was too late there. Should have done that. Now we have the problem that the enemy Fire Weaver is killing our whole team. And we can't get the full decap here, which is a problem. We finally get the decap.
The keep's been lost.
I hope the thief gets the kill here, because if not, we get the kill, okay. But we lost the whole map for that. So my favorite profession, I think that's also game mode dependent to some extent. So currently my favorite profession in PvE at least is Mesmer. In PvP is probably Necromancer, and in World vs. World it's Guardian at the moment. The kill, get the kill. Yes, they got the kill. But I instantly got killed again. Unlucky.
The chieftain has returned.
Oh, that's a tough match. So we have to get the decap far to be back in the game and contest the midpoint. Our Guardian decides to go for the Beast, which is a really risky move. Because if this gets stolen, we insta-lose. If we get it, it might be a win. But we still need decap here. And we got decapped on our close as well. And the Weaver contested, so it's not winnable anymore. Yeah. So that's the problem. If your team just doesn't win fights, you can't carry on a side note. That's the thing. Yeah, I mean, if they support each other on teammate on Trailblazer gear, then you don't have any way of killing them, even as a 10-man group often. Yeah, so I tried to play somewhat good and explain what I did. So I hope you found this somewhat helpful. You know, it's hard to make some really rational decisions and still play good. You know, while I commentated. So that's why. Yeah. Yeah, so Roaming Spirit, I think the Celestial nerf changed the meta. We can agree on this, but the question is if it's for better. I don't know if the meta is better in World vs. World Roaming at least. I mean, we can't change it anyway. We have to accept it as it is. Let's see if ArenaNet decides to make some adjustments. But I fear they don't do any adjustments in the next few months. So yeah, I think that's the end of let's say the typical roaming playstyle. You just have to roam as a group and you try to outlast them. I think that's not fun, but it might be how it is at the moment. So don't forget, if you want to enter on Twitch, you have to be a follower and !enter to enter the giveaway. We'll draw the winner in around 9 minutes or something. But Summer, you could see that the build itself was quite good. I could hold my 1-on-1. I actually won. I could support as well. That's the cool thing about Druid. Even though you are in a might be in a team fight, and that's not what you normally would go. What you normally would go. And therefore, yeah. Palencio, you also made it very nice. For the relic slot, I'm not totally sure if River's Relic is the best option. There are a lot of others relics that you could go for. I feel like the River's Relic still provides a lot of value, just because you have the regen, you have the really nice Alacrity, which gives you more bunker potential or more survive potential. And yeah, that's what I enjoy to play. But you could also go for the Atrocity, is it I think called, the lifesteal enhancing one. That's also an option. Yeah, it's good. I mean, even better then, yeah. We have some fun together then. Yeah, sure. I mean, you have to train the build, you have to learn it. But I think it's a good build. Yeah, I mean, it's the same for me. I hard carry every match most of the time. Some matches. One game, you know? So I think the current state of PvP is that you just have to realize that the population is so low that you have some matches where you just can't carry. That's just sad, but I think that's what it is. I try to get better in any match that I have. Even though if I lose, I don't care because I try to get better. I think that's the way that it is. I think Condiref and Willbender are currently the best spec to carry in ranked at least. They both have amazing potential. I would say it depends a bit on your team, but most of the time you can make things work. Exactly. You have PvP, you should not go for rating. If you go for rating right now, it's just depressing. It's really depressing. You oftentimes as one, if you're in Platinum, you queue against the duo queue of Platinum and you just might insta lose the match because they have much better players just by having duo queue. And you just have to play for fun and try to have some nice fights, to get some really cool outplays, or just to improve. I think that's how you should play PvP. Nice, very good. Yeah, I think it's the population is so low that if you really play for fun and try stick to one class and try to improve, I think you easily get in high rated ranks just because you don't have that much competition. But in the end, go for whatever you like, you know. That's the most important part here. Yeah, exactly. So I always feel like if I go for, I want to win this match, I want to win the next match, then I have the problem that after some time I'm just depressed, you know. I'm just depressed because I just yell at them. I say, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. And at the end, it's just me that is sad. And that's not where I want to be when I play a video game, you know. I want to have fun. I mean, it's good if your wife answers, you have at least someone who answers, you know. Could also be weird if you have some neighbors that hear you screaming. I mean, that might be not your problem, you know. So, but yeah. So after I did this run of the Ice Split Saga 5 strikes, I will draw the winner. So if you did not enter yet, be sure to do it. Yeah, sure, welcome back. So to win in the giveaway, you have to be a follower on Twitch, and you have to enter via pressing !enter in the chat. Yesterday I had a quickness berserker that was also going for heal in the Bone Screener strike, and my group was permanently dying because apparently healing berserker is actually not that good, because doesn't provide enough heal, and the quickness was also really bad. So just as a tip, please don't play this build. It's not that crazy good. Yeah, if Melbanon wins again, I have to be honest, I'm not sure if this is rigged. Not by me, but maybe there is something else going on. It would be insane if he won again. But maybe it's his lucky day today, so let's see. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess so that you don't mind. I mean, if you win, you get it. That's how statistics and luck works. But let's see. Maybe someone else wants to have a little part of the big prize pool. Looks really smooth, nothing special here, just some fun Bone Skinner healing action. So here I know we can just go out and we will get mailed the loot, but it feels so much more satisfying to open those chests, you know. Still don't get it how the characters can jump up and then the chest opens, but it feels much more satisfying. Yeah, exactly. So I think people that try the quick heal berserker, even if they are competent like Lara, they just it's just not good enough. It's just the Bone Skinner, especially in the later stages, has so much damage pressure. There is not enough that you can do as a healing berserker. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy Bone Skinner, the old one with the healing Scourge. It was so satisfying, you know. You could pull in all the ads. You could easily rest the whole party. You could provide the vamps, the vibes 5 times per Bone Skinner. It was so satisfying. It's still good, don't get me wrong, because you still have amazing rest power, but you can't save them from themselves, you know. If they die in an AoE, you can't save them just by pulling them out. That's not possible anymore. So yeah, there are some nerfs definitely to the heal Scourge, which is fine. I think that's a decision that the developers can make, because if they can't balance the encounters around this, yes, I understand why you would nerf it. But it's a little bit sad. It was such a fun build. Quickness in our sub is a little bit lacking. Should have brought maybe some don't cast your special action key like I just did in the chain of someone else. I should have brought maybe Time Walk to cover a little bit of the quickness application here. So important part for all the new players in chat, if you do Whisper of Tormek, never do CC skills on if the Whisper is on the 25% health mark, because then you will very likely get some bugs going, which you don't want to have. and sometimes it's even so much of a bug that you can't progress the fight anymore and you have to reset it. Maybe sometimes even the instance, so really take care of that and don't CC the Whisper when it's 25% or something. Exactly. You were in there. No problem there with the quickness. I find it so interesting that a lot of people, especially in the strikes, even if we have like this group 250 KP, Bone Screener KP that is, people struggle to upkeep the quickness and the alacrity. I think most of the builds are so easy to just upkeep them. I think the problem is if you want to zoom out to the maximum like this, it's also a little bit dependent where you are. So if you face yourself here, you can't zoom out more, but if you turn the camera a bit, you can zoom out way further. And of course you have to set your settings to the maximum. Where is it? Is it under graphic options? General. And then you can do this. Hey, thanks a lot for the raid. Very nice. How was your date so far? Thanks a lot. We're just doing some Ice Spirit Saga strike missions, and when we are done, we will have a giveaway. So everyone that wants to join the giveaway, really easy, 250 gold giveaway, and just play some. Have to follow the stream and enter the exclamation mark enter command in the chat, and you can join the giveaway for 250 gold. Just a little giveaway for my growth on my YouTube channel. Just a few more bosses and we will pull the winner. So if you want to have a chance at winning, don't forget to enter. So I was doing some PvP earlier, explained some stuff. Now I try to do some PvE as well. And of course I have to farm some gold to give it away. I was doing Pinata and Chuck Garant before, just for the very slim chance to get an infusion and give it away. But sadly, we didn't get it. So unlucky. Maybe next time when I get one, I will give it away. Let's see what we get now. It's so weird. Sometimes it doesn't pop up for me. I think, I don't know which bosses of the Iceblood Saga, but I think some of them actually have really high gold drops as well. I think I got at least twice or something 50 or maybe even 100 gold, I don't remember correctly, but they have some really high level drops as well. So if you do them daily, you actually have the chance to get some really nice... Yeah, sure, thanks for the raid, have fun. Have fun. Hope you found some really big fish today. Because I feel like fishing can be really frustrating. I think I was done with my fishing collection a few weeks after EOD released. I just needed one more fish and for the collection to finish, and it took me hours just for this one fish. It was insane. Yeah, I think if you enjoy fishing, there is probably nothing that is wrong with doing it, especially because the gold per hour is actually really good. Even if you're on the low end, I think it's really safe gold per hour. Yeah, thanks a lot. So like I said, if you want to enter the giveaway, the last chance, last 3 minutes, you have to be a follower on Twitch and type the ! enter command in the chat. Last pull for today will be 250 gold in Mystic Coins. Maybe we have the third time in a row really interesting rigged event, but let's see. Maybe someone else will win this time. Give you 1 more minute. So currently 15 participants. That's around 7% chance to win. Thanks for the follow, Sneaks. Good morning, good morning. Yes, you are entered. So I guess that's it. I think the minute is over. Let's see who is that. Let's see. And it's Lion Chaser. Congrats to you. Please let me know your account name in the chat. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. As a new player, you get some 250 gold directly. Really nice. Now you can spend it on crafting your ascended gear. Really good. I mean, that's how it works, you know. You have a chance of winning, and now it became true. So, congrats. It will help you out a lot on your journey. 250 gold, especially in the beginning of the game, is a lot. You can craft a lot of that. So my main class, I wouldn't say I have a main class. I play every class. You just have to tape your it's here. It's in the, if you go to the contacts, you can see what your account name is. Thanks a lot, Perfect D, for the raid. Thanks a lot. So did you find it? Very nice. Hello, hello. So you just came when we did the giveaway. So maybe I have to do another giveaway just because so many people just joined. So let's see. So you're sure that's the correct name, yeah? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's really nice. I actually am really happy that it's Lion Chaser because he's a new player. Yeah, so if you confirm the name, I will send the the gold to you. I hope you get it. And then let's see. So welcome everyone. I think I will then go for a little bit more longer and maybe do another giveaway just because I feel so crazy today. I want to give some more back to you. Yeah, sure, perfect. Have fun with it. Maybe invest in some ascended gear if you have the time here. And the gold now. Very good, very good. So, do you have anything that you want to see? I got a suggestion earlier. Now maybe you have some suggestions what you want to see. Some special gameplay here. Some content. Yeah, exactly. So you can, as Mystic Coins are a really safe currency, you need it for a lot of legendaries. You can either save it if you want to do some legendaries or some stuff, or you can sell it. They are really dense. They have, I think, almost 2 gold, even more than 2 gold now. Yeah, if you sell them, you get more than the amount. I think it's more than 250 now. It's really good. So if you want to sell it, if you want to go get the gold, you just go for this lion icon here, and then go on trading post, and you can sell it here on the sell, and then you can just sell the item. And I would always recommend to go for the list option. That's also for the veterans. So if you want to sell something like this silk strap, always go to here to the sell tab and then list it. And then you go for one lower, and then you list it, and then it will be the first that will be purchased from other people that want to buy it instantly. So if you insta sell stuff, you will always lose money, always, but you will get the money instantly. If you list it, you will get the money delayed. Most of the time the delay is only minutes, so you will lose money and get some amount of time savings, which is in my opinion stupid, because most of the time it's really just minutes, and if you can't wait minutes for a few more silver or even gold, that's just stupid. But okay, that's just my opinion. Exactly, so if you say you know that the price will go higher from the Mystic Coins, you can also list it for a higher price, but I would say most of the time you go for the 1 copper lower than the other one and undercut them just by 1 copper, and then you get the most profit, and you are the most likely to get the full profit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people actually recommend to play ranked PvP to get the rewards from the chest, but I think it's not the best gold per hour that you can get just from liquid gold. The best gold per hour you can get is from fractal encryptions, and doing fractals every day. If you are a PvE player and you have the ability to do fractals with ascended gear and stuff, you would go for fractals. They are by far the best and continuous, gold gain that you can get. But of course, if you don't want to engage in 5-player content, I would say, for example, fishing is a good alternative. You can do that easily solo. You can do it 24/7. Gives you constant 20 gold per hour or something. And there are a lot of other options. You can go for Dragonfall. You could go for Labyrinth Farm, like currently, if the Halloween event is still up. There are a lot of options you can do. Let me quickly set up just another giveaway here. So this is really the last giveaway for today. I will go just for another 250 gold because I'm feeling generous today. And just go for !enter. You need to be a follower to win. Another giveaway. I will let it run for at least 15 minutes. Just be sure to be there. Malbannon, I saw it. You are directly going for the next big catch there. Let's see. And let's see who will win this time. Thanks a lot for the follows, guys. I hope you also follow for my content, not only for the giveaway. But of course, I really appreciate every follow. So shout out to Perfect D, of course, for the raid as well. Guess what, Chicken, Gray, and Speedy Plays. Really nice. Thanks a lot. Of course, good luck to you all, as always. Nice, yeah. Yeah, I really like it if new players get the gold, because I think those are the players that can make the most out of it. If a player like me gets 100 or even more gold, yes, I mean, I'm happy, but it's not, you know, it's not that I need it, you know. It's not that crazy. So. Yeah, exactly. I think the Wizard World is amazing for new players. I really, really, really like this incentive to go for daily or for some cool events, and then you get really good rewards. Not only the Ascended stuff is really good, but also you get amazing gold rewards. And if you want to go for Legendary, the Legendary Starter Kit is amazing as well. There is a lot you can get from the Wizards World. And also, a lot of people say it's so hard to get the rewards. It's not. If you play a little bit, you don't even have to play daily. You do the special rewards, you do the dailies if you want to, and you try to go for the weeklies. You have way too much Astral Acclaim per season, so to say, to buy everything that is needed for most players, you know. It's really, really, really good system. Yeah, if you have two-handed weapons, you don't need that much. Yeah, I think that's fine. As a new player, you don't, especially the specials are for long-term players most of the time. And the weeklies, if you play competitive modes, the competitive modes are faster most of the time. But if you only play PvE, that's fine as well. They are not that hard. But you can go to the wiki, Guild Wars 2 wiki. It's amazing. And it will give you also a lot of tips where to farm this and what it exactly means. Yeah, so if you're a new player, I think the default feature is that the Wizards Vault is set to all game modes. So there are checks everywhere. And if you change this here to PvE only, you will only get PvE quests to do. And this will be for new players way easier than the competitive modes, I would say. I don't know. I would imagine. Yeah, exactly. So if you don't play PvP, you will not get the PvP missions. You will not achieve them. So therefore, you should always set it to something that you can achieve at least, you know. So if you go to Wizards World here, and then to the cogwheel here, and then go for the corresponding game modes, they will be adjusted the next time you get new missions. Yeah, so you should always do that. And as a new player, especially if you need gold, but also veterans, I would highly recommend doing the lab farm. It's really, really, you can just almost AFK, you just run around in a circle and kill all the mobs. It's really good. So a guild hall, for a guild hall, you need to be in a guild. So if you press the G button on default, I think, you can see the guild. guilds that you are in. If you are in a guild, if it's big enough, they have access to a guild hall, or if they, like I soloed it, whatever, you can get the guild hall, and in the guild hall you get special gathering stuff. So if you go in there, you can get some really nice gold. I think it's not 10 gold per day, I think that's a little bit high, but you can get some gold out of it per day, and that's quite nice. But you have to be in a guild for that. So you just have to look in or answer asked in the map chat or something. Yeah, if you even have a guild, that's perfect. You just have to get a guild hall then, and you have to conquer it first, and then you can get the upgrades going, which will all give you I think the homestead is much more realistic to have 10 gold. I think the guild hall is maybe if you're lucky per week, but I think that even it's a little bit high. So I made recently a video about all the stuff you should do to maximize your gold that you can do per day. Just do some dailies every day and you get a lot of money. I made a video about it. Be sure to check that out. But I did not calculate 10 gold for the guild hall. That's way too much. I think the homestead, if you have a maxed out homestead, you get a lot of money out of that. Yes, definitely. I don't know. I have to be honest. I'm not sure if you can collect the guild halls in every guild. Maybe it's account bound and you can only get it once per day. Yeah, sure. There's no rush there. You can watch them. They will stay there. Hello. Thanks for the follow here. Welcome to the stream. Just explaining stuff while I do some quick gold farm here to give it away to you, So be sure, if you're new to the stream, enter the giveaway. You have to be a follower to win. Yeah, so the thing is that the guild hall level is not corresponding always to the stuff that the guild has. So the guild hall level is just some experience system, but the guild hall themselves also have an upgrade system in them, which can be, let's say, if you go, for example, for some gathering upgrades, they might be there when you are level 10, but they might not be there if you are level 12 and did not go for the upgrade yet. So it's a little bit different, but in general, if you have a lot of bigger guilds, especially ones that are already established for a long time, they have huge amount of resources in the guild hall and you can get a lot of stuff done there as well. Ah, yeah, okay, that's the thing. Okay, yeah, so you can get some really lucky finds if you go to all 6 guild halls, but like I expected, you can't get all the gathering nodes in all 6 guilds that you are in, which makes sense because that's a weird thing to do. Because then you would also be able to, for example, go in different homesteads and collect all the homesteads materials, which would be a really good grind for gold. But I expect that you as a new player, Lion Chaser, is probably something you have so much on your mind what you need to look into. I think it's not the thing that you should go first into guild halls. I think guild halls are a long-term progression in the later stages of the game. But of course, if you enjoy it, you can go and look it up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you see, there are a lot of people know a lot about the gathering nodes. Maybe they really enjoy gathering. So thanks a lot for all your tips there. But I have to be honest, I don't go for all the gathering nodes all the time. I have enough gold that I don't need to do that. Because for me, it's always important to have in mind how much gold per hour do I get, and if I need 10 minutes to guard at the guild hall, maybe even different guild halls if they are different levels, you know, I still don't get that much gold per hour compared, for example, to fractals or something. So I say, okay, if I have the time and energy, I can do it, but most of the time I just do the stuff that I really enjoy and combat heavy gameplay, like fractals or strikes or even raids. So, are you looking forward to the new patch that's coming up in, let me check, 24 days? Are you looking forward to that, or do you think it will be a fail, or do you think it will be amazing? Would be really interested in your opinion about that. So, Lion Chaser homesteads, the thing that you can summon the door and you can get the whole new wooden building and stuff that you have, you can customize a lot. You just have a cap on what you can also put in there. Your home instance you can't really customize. I really hope for the new update that first of all the relics are fun and also impactful and just not some passive buffs. I really dislike those. And I hope the Legendary Spear has some really cool collection to it so that we can have some grind going on and not something that we just buy off the trading post or something. That would be really boring. That's what I hope, at least. Yeah. You need Chancey-Waltz to get the homesteads, that's true. But you don't have to have everything at the, at the beginning. You have to go to the story, you have to go to the leveling process and stuff, so it's not that important that you have everything perfectly unlocked already. So don't rush. I think you have to enjoy the experience. That's the most important part, and then you will enjoy the game for much longer and then get a lot of stuff one after the other. That's how it should be, I think. Because a lot of veterans at the moment, especially people that only play PvE, there is a lack of content because the developers can't get enough content out for all the people that are rushing to the end game and doing all this stuff. But if you're slowly doing it, you have tons of content to do, so much stuff to do. So I would always say enjoy the game and don't rush to something just because people tell you to. Yeah, if you enjoy helping people, of course you can do that. And you should not say I have to stick to this character and get perfect gear and then I can do this and that. You should do whatever you enjoy the most, It's much more healthy for the long-term playstyle. I think with a thief you only can teleport one player, so it might not be the most helpful one for a whole squad or something. And if you have, for example, the Watchword Portal device, Roaming Spirit, you can of course also teleport people with any class, in PvE at least. In most areas. In PvE it's 5, okay. I just remember this portal from PvP and it's only one there. What makes sense that it's better in PvE. So the thing that I showed you, the White Mantle Portal events. So this is an item you can buy from a vendor, or you can drop it from a raid boss, and it has infinite usages, but it has a really long cooldown, And if you place the portal down, like I now do, if I now place the portal, I have 20 people can go through, and I count as well, so 20 usages when I use it once. But the item itself has infinite usage. But like I said, that's something that you get from raids. It's probably not something that you will have anytime soon, most likely. You can go for raids in exotic gear as well if you want to, but it's raids are not that, you know. You have to understand the game a bit to play some raids. And I would say that's something that you can go for, but it takes some time, or you are lucky, you know. I did not get it yet. I just bought it for the currency that the raid gives you. But like I said, there are so many things to go for in Guild Wars, especially as a new player. So you should not hurry and say, oh, I need to do this and this and this. So you just focus on one thing and go for this, and then you go for the next thing, and then slowly you will get there. Just a quick reminder, don't forget to enter the giveaway. We have a lot of viewers and we don't have a lot of people entered the giveaway yet. So, of course, people that are currently in really enjoy it. They would really like to have exactly that small amount of contestants, so their chance is higher. But I would say you should all enter, otherwise you miss out on the fun, you know, on the big reward. You have to be a follower to enter, or to win. Just type !entered. Like you can see on screen, I will give away another 250 gold. Thanks a lot for the follow here. Mayashka. So, like I said, 10 more minutes or so, and then I will draw the winner. Yeah, and I also hope, I really hope that the new raids that they release, or the new raid, it's just one at the moment, that they will release on mid of November, will be a success, so that they continue to release raids, because I feel like that's something a lot of PvE endgame players would really enjoy. And if it has really good difficulty settings like they currently might have, like they currently want to develop, it would be a really good use out of their time, so they can get a lot of players' attention to the content, and even really hard content in there as well. I hope that's what will happen. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I think there are some people always that say, oh, I want content for me, and if it's for other things, I don't want it to go well, because then I don't get content. I think that's the wrong idea. I think if you like a game, you should want it to do well, you know. And that's why I say I really enjoy raiding, and I also really enjoy PvP, and I also really enjoy a lot of other stuff in Guild Wars 2. So I don't really care what they put out. Hopefully it does well, you know, because I enjoy the game, and I hope that a lot of new players come in and try it. Yeah, should is obviously a big word. I agree, but at least I can, you know, I can cope a bit, you know. I try to hope that this is the case. So let me clarify this. So I know for a fact they will make the new raid wing hard, but they will also have a normal mode, which is probably not as hard as the, for example, Doom or Kadim in the current raids. I think they will make the normal mode somewhere around the maybe wing 4, maybe raid wing 1, maybe around this balance, when it, let's say, not power crept. And then they have two difficulty modes, so the legendary mode and the challenge mode, which will increase the a little bit how difficult it is. So the challenge mode will be more difficult than the normal mode, and the legendary mode will be really brutal. Like for example Harvest Temple CM or Ceros CM. And that's how it should be. So you have 3 difficulty settings so that a lot of people enjoy it. And then if you don't enjoy raiding, you can also go for the conversions. So that's another possibility. Thanks Shark for the follow. Be sure to enter the giveaway. And that's the conversions will be the easiest probably, and the conversions probably will also have a challenge mode as well, so you have a lot of options there. So I think they want to make the most out of the content they develop by reducing the same fights to some extent and just making them scale differently, make them harder for players. I think that's what they are doing. Yeah, the problem is, I mean, if I now look at the raids, it's really empty. There is only one group currently looking for players, the others are sold. But it's also midday, so especially on Monday there is a lot more going on when the reset is, and also when the prime time is on EU, it's around maybe 8 o'clock or something in the evening, then there is a lot more going on. But I agree that the raid community is not the biggest, but I hope they increase the amount of people that are interested in it just by the new rewards, the new spear, maybe the content is really fun, hopefully both. So that's what I see. So what server am I on? So that doesn't really matter in Guild Wars 2 anymore. Servers are completely irrelevant. The server in World vs. World, I'm currently on Fortune's Vale, but that's, like I said, they are not servers anymore. You just go there with your guild. And in PvE, all the servers on EU are the same. And on NA, all servers are connected. So I'm on EU. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the problem is that people want to play with people that are the same experience level as them, which makes sense. I think that's a fair point, that you have people that want to, if you are doing 10k DPS and someone else is doing 40k DPS, the 40k DPS person probably doesn't want to play with the 10k DPS person most of the time because they are a little bit worse at the game, worse at the raid at least. And I think that's definitely a little bit sad, but I think that's a fair point. And that's why the kill-proof system exists, so that people can at least get some people that are more experienced on the boss. But I agree that especially on the new raid, if they just say, I want 1000 LI or something only in my group to clear the new raid, it's not that accessible. So, and I fear that will be the case. I don't see a reason why people would not do that. But if the raid wing is easy enough, then maybe it's not the case. But let's see. I don't want to doom before it's even out, So. Yeah, but the problem is not the gear in Guild Wars 2, and that's the sad part here. Is not the gear in Guild Wars 2 that people are looking out for because we don't have any legal way to gear check. It's more the experience, If you have, for example, if you play Kadim 2 and one person joins that is DPS and is supposed to be one of the pylon persons and wants to do the pylons. And if they can't do the mechanic correctly, that's bad, that's just, the group will fail just because of that most of the time. And that's why you want to have some kind of measurement so that people did it a lot of times, and then it's more likely that they did succeed and did the mechanic correctly. But in the end, it's not a good thing to have even in a horizontal game like Guild Wars 2, because you want to have some exchange between new players and old veteran players. And therefore, I totally agree that the kill-proof system is something that you should not have if it's in a perfect world. But I don't see any shape or form how that will change in the future. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think if the new raid wing, the normal mode, is easy enough that you don't really need KP, that would be the ideal solution, I would say, because then people can experience the raid, get better at it, and then you have some way of a learning curve that people experience the easy one, and then if they go into the harder one, it might be easier for them if they did it some amount of times in the normal way. That would be my hope, but it's really hard. I think it's really hard. I hope they improve it and do some in-game features, but I think that's not what ArenaNet is. They never do that. They are more casual. They don't want to have people gear checking each other. They don't want to have any kill-proof systems in the game. That's just how they develop the game. They actually have some kind of beginner feature in raids. It's called Emboldened. So you get the Emboldened buff once a week for one raid wing, and you will get, when you die to an encounter, you will get stat boosts that are really significant. So if you fail a mechanic, that doesn't help, but if you want to have more DPS or more healing or stuff, that will increase over with this stat boost. So your group is more likely to get the kill, which is really nice. So it's some kind of a beginner week for one wing every week. So that's yeah, but I totally agree here that it's really hard to fix the problem in the end. You just postpone it to something else, because there will, if it's a hard raid, it will be hard to prove to other people that you know what you're doing if you don't have any kill proofs, at least not any that are in the game. If there would be some achievements, for example, for completing a raid wing while you did, for example, the pylons, then it would be something that is more then you can maybe check how many achievements the player that joined has in this regard, and then you can say, okay, he successfully beat this boss with 10 times while he did the achievement, then he's good enough. I think that's something that you could implement in game. But yeah, let's see. I don't want to doom before the raid wing is out, but I totally agree that it's highly unlikely to change. So that's the discussion for now. I think I don't want to discuss that any further, because I often feel like if I discuss it for too long, it might sound a little bit negative and very doom saying. It's not something that I feel like helps the community in any way to discuss stuff that new players then think it's really bad. You can get into raids, and I really want to emphasize this. You can just join a lot of Discord servers that help new players that have some statics, some training runs. You can do a lot of that stuff, and if you're experienced, it's really easy to get into raids as well. It's just a little bit out of the game, and that's something that not a lot of people like, but that's just the way it is currently. Yeah. So, Gray, the question is, I would say the Guild Wars story is okay, but if you are not a story person, a lot of stuff is somewhat You can ignore the story to the most part, but some stuff is locked behind the story, and especially some new maps. So I am not a story person myself, so I would say especially the core story is not that crazy, but yeah, you can skip it for now and do stuff that you like, and if you feel like you are locked behind something that you can't achieve without going through the story, then you have to do it. But it's also quite fast to do the story most of the time. Yeah, exactly. So if you have some kind of static going on, then it's doable. But if you really want to just play the game whenever you want, go into the LFG and go for a raid, that might be a little bit hard for a new player. I mean, for example, this you could join this as a new player if you know the mechanics. You don't have to have killed the boss. You might even get to kill the boss with this group. You see that on EU at least. You see that quite often. I think if you get timed out by the bot if you type too much in caps. That's fine, it's fine. So, again, reminder, I will pull now the next giveaway. Yeah, the bot is toxic, it's really toxic. Yeah. Especially if you shout at it, you know, it doesn't like that. So I will now pull the giveaway. Winner, be sure to enter. You have to be a follower to win. ! Enter. I see we have 16 contestants currently, and we have a lot more people on the stream, so please enter if you want to. Don't forget, you have to be a follower. Give you 2 more minutes, and then I will do the last giveaway for today. Have to save some money for the next streams as well, you know. Thanks, Natasha, for the follow.
I demand that you must rise and return to the fight.
So, who would you like to raid today? Any special guys that you want to raid in this stream that you really would enjoy? Because I will stop after the giveaway. Yeah, sure, I'm always open to answer questions, especially to new players, but all players are welcome to ask. Really like to help. Yeah, sure, I always try to raid small streamers. I mean, I'm the smallest streamer you can imagine as well. Just have some luck with your raids. Thanks a lot for that. Yeah, sure, I'm always up for duo queuing. Yeah, the problem is to get into raiding, the first thing you have to do is to put time in, you know. It's not just about playing the game, it's also putting time investment into getting better in doing raids, you know. That's something I would imagine, you know. So that's what I would imagine. That people have to say, I have to commit to the the goal I have to get good into raids. If you don't invest time into getting to know raids and getting better at it, and especially learning your class and stuff, you will not succeed. And no, I think it's commitment, because if you commit to a Discord server, if you commit to people that want to go to train, I think you will get the kills in. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's really the case. The Palencio here is my, just if you see it. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know. So now the giveaway. So hope everyone has entered, everyone followed. So last chance. Okay. Yeah, I think Noxy is a really good stream to rate, definitely. Amazing content by them, really good. Okay, so I guess it's time now. Let's see who won. And it's Palencio. So congrats to Palencio. Please post your in-game name. So congrats to Palencio. And I will gift another round of Mystic Coins here. So there we go. Last time for today. Congrats to all the winners. And I hope to see you in the next streams as well, because it was a blast. I hope you enjoyed it as well. And I hope to see you next time around. Check out my YouTube if you want to see some guides about anything. If you want to know stuff, let me know in the comments, in the description, whatever. Thanks a lot. See you next time. That's how it goes. See you. Thanks a lot for your support. Exactly. Bye bye. Thanks, guys.
Wait, did I? What? Oh, it showed out. Oh my god, it didn't autocomplete. No! What? Oh, why is this so bad? There we go. Ah, thank you. Hello everyone. Thank you for the very visual. Hold on. Can't see the chat now because it's so small. Hey Lion. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be Majasha or Mayasha. But thank you for the raid and thank you for the very wishes. Hello everyone. We are currently still just kind of chilling in Gilbus 2. Do I have any casino coins? Casino? No, none of my character do I have any. How's everyone doing? We have 5 or so minutes left. 5.5 minutes. Ante piñata. Maybe I should collect the casino coins and get the tonic. Kind of a nice tonic. Oh my god, that was very blue. Oh my god. Why is it like that inside? I know it's from the infusion, but it's like... Why is the entire inside like that? Oh my god, that's actually... Wait, what? That's... Okay, that's actually kind of interesting. I didn't know it works like that inside. Okay. Oh, it's because I see the inside fully and the entire inside is just blue because of the infusion. Okay. Practice speedrun tonic. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the end. Oh, because that's the one that can roll. I never really noticed that. There are several tonics and other